last but not the least, the words of appreciation also go to all participants as this conference could not be successful without their constant cooperation. I thank everyone for their involvement and their willingness to take the completion of the task beyond their comfort zones. Thank you all once again. Thank you very much. So, with this note, we would like to end the inaugural session here. Bhumika ma'am.
I think sir, would you like to say? Maybe we can go ahead with the PMV. Yes,
Yeah.
Dr. Chandna. Thank you so much.
So, Dipro,
Yes, sir.
you can now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of our journal New Literaria, I welcome you all to the fourth international on exploring crisis in literary and cultural studies. I'm super delighted to introduce you to the chairperson of this session, Professor S.A. Hamid. Professor Hamid retired as Professor of English from Humayun University, campus Almora, Uttarakhand, after holding posts like the head of the department and dean faculty of arts. In addition to research publications, he has published 5 books of poetry: Autumn Rainbow, No Man's Land, Desire Ultimately, The Ontology of Desire, New and Selected Poems, and The Alchemy of Aging. His poems have also appeared in journals and anthologies, and his translations of poetry from English into Urdu and Hindi, and vice versa, have appeared in various journals. While his Urdu translation of Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea was awarded by the Uttar Pradesh Urdu Academy. We are honored to have you amongst us, sir. Professor, the platform is yours now. Over to you, sir. Sir, your mic is muted. Could you please unmute yourself? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much and good morning to all of you. I am very happy to be here. In fact, I was invited by Dr. Parthasarthi Mandal, whom I have known for quite some time, I think for the last 10 years or so. And it's a pleasure to be with you. This very important conference on exploring crisis in literary and cultural studies, organized by New Literaria and Central University of Rajasthan. Oh my God. I'm sorry because of this phone call. So, I've been given this pleasant duty to introduce our next speaker, a very distinguished professor. Could you please remove me from this co-host thing, because every time somebody is asking to be admitted. Could you do that? Hello.
It's done, sir. Please now continue.
Thank you. It was very disturbing.
Again, you are unmute, sir. I mean, you are muted, sir. Please unmute.
Sir, your call is muted. No, it's fine.
Now it's all right. The host had muted me also. Doesn't matter. Anyway, this exploring crisis in
হ্যালো হ্যাঁ ঢুকছি ঘন্টা কানেক্ট করে ঢুকছি
Sir, again, you are actually muted, sir.
Is it all right now? Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yeah.
I have not unmuted I have not muted myself. I think the host is doing it every now and then. Anyway, Is the next speaker here? Professor Klassen is here? Hello?
Actually, sir, I can't see Professor Klassen here. So we are sending him mail repeatedly, though he promised that he will be there by 11:20. So
Because
it's
I have to introduce him. That is why I'm
yeah.
waiting for him to come up.
So we are also waiting for him to join. It's 2 a.m. there in USA.
Okay, yes. So will he be here?
He will be there as he has already promised me yesterday that Tanmoy, I will be there by time. So I don't know why he has not yet joined. So looking for him and also sending him mail repeatedly. So
Please,
Tanmay,
please ask him to join so that I have been
yes,
given this responsibility of introducing him. So until and unless he's here, what's the use of introducing him? So let us wait for some time
You can
when he.
WhatsApp. You can WhatsApp Professor Klassen to join.
Give him a WhatsApp call.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. On behalf of our journal New Literaria, I welcome you all to the 4th International on Exploring Crisis in Literary and Cultural Studies. I am super delighted to introduce you to the chairperson of this session, Professor S.A. Hamid. Professor Hamid retired as Professor of English from Humayun University, campus Al-Motra, after holding posts like the head of the department and dean faculty of arts. In addition to research publications, he has published 5 books of poetry: Autumn Rainbow, No Man's Land, Desire Ultimate, The Ontology of Desire, New and Selected Poems, and The Alchemy of Asia. His poems have also appeared in journals and anthologies, and his translations of poetry from English into Urdu and Hindi and vice versa have appeared in various journals. While his Urdu translation of Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea was awarded by the Uttar Pradesh Urdu Academy. We are honored to have you amongst us, sir. Professor, the platform is yours, sir. Over to you, sir. Sir, your mic is muted. Could you please unmute yourself? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much and good morning to all of you. I am very happy to be here. In fact, I was invited by Dr. Parthasarthi Mandal, whom I have known for quite some time, I think for the last 10 years or so, in cultural studies, organized by New Literaria and Henry University of Rajasthan. Uh, Please let me know when he joins.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Because of this phone call. So, I've been given this pleasant duty to introduce our next speaker, professor. Could you please remove me from this co-host thing, because every time somebody is asking to be admitted.
Tanmay, can you be given a call in the WhatsApp?
I'm giving a call, but he's not picking up. Actually,
He's, I mean, around 2:30 in USA, I think.
It's in the middle of the night, so he may be sleeping. You never know. Anyway, this exploring
এখানে শোনা যাচ্ছে, মাইক্রোফোন অফ করা নেই।
Sir, again you are actually muted. Is it all right now? Hello, can you hear me? Am I audible? But
Yes, sir, you're
instead of
audible.
this silence, why doesn't somebody say something about the conference?
Yes, sir, we're just trying to catch up with Professor Klassen quickly. And
Tanmoy, Tanmoy, Tanmoy.
Dr. Tanmay, could you hear Professor Syed Ali Ahmed?
I can hear. Actually, I am trying to connect with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
So
I'm here.
getting no response.
I'm here. I'm here.
Sir, sir, one request before, Professor Klassen joins, sir, if you recite some of your poems which are related to this crisis and all, sir. You are a noted poet at this
Why
moment.
didn't you time things properly? So, like, my entire department is watching. You should have timed things properly so that you're not disturbing somebody at the dead of the night. Okay, Partho, you can let me know when
yeah,
somebody comes. Okay, give me a call. I'll rejoin.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Tanmoy. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Tanmoy. Dr. Shruti Das was there in the. She was saying something.
Hmm. So this is the problem of a virtual platform. 15 hours before he mailed me that I will be there by 11:30. Please don't worry. But I don't know what has happened to him. He's almost 75 years old man. Uh,
He may be sleeping. You never know.
might be sir. But 15 hours before at 11:41 p.m. yesterday, he mailed me that by 11:30 a.m. your time, wh- which will be 11 p.m. my time, so I will be there. So it's 11 p.m. almost there.
Mhm. So let's wait for him for another 5-10 minutes.
Sir,
Otherwise,
if he
uh,
fails to join, if you at least recite some of your
okay,
poems
okay.
related to this
I
topic.
will recite my poem on COVID-19.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I do hear you, sir.
The title is Quarantine Poetry.
Yes, sir.
Poetry is also in quarantine in times of corona. Sanitized words, washed phrases, filtered ideas, socially distanced feelings. The body demands intimacy, the fruits of desire, but the troubled mind censors, castigates, blocks even the flow of words. Wash them 100 times, but the words won't leave the smell of earth, the soil that nourished them. Desire too shall remain lurking in a corner of the mind, stronger each day, unfulfilled, waiting for the end of quarantine. So, this was my poem on quarantine, on COVID 19, quarantine poetry. Should I recite another one to pass the time? Hello? Any news from the professor?
Tanmoy,
Yes,
I've
any
always,
news from the professor?
Tanmoy, do
yes,
you hear me?
I can hear you.
So, if there is any problem with Dr. Klassen, if we fail to, let him join here, so can we just go for our next speaker? Hello.
Entering kitchen. You enter kitchen.
your scheduled program there.
Okay, okay.
Sir, sir, I have already sent you the bio note, Professor, of the present speaker. Sir, sir, do you hear me? I have already sent you in the
Yes,
WhatsApp.
yes. I'm trying to look at it.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Has he arrived?
No, sir, not yet, not yet.
Sir, he has texted us that he is joining in a couple of minutes.
Okay, okay.
We are really very sorry for the technical exigencies. You know that this kind of thing happens often time when we
Yes,
are
yes.
having everything on
Especially in
virtual platform.
online conferences,
Yeah, yes, sir.
So it means that Professor Klassen is not coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Actually, I'm sending him the mail, but he's going through the mail. I can see,
Mhm.
but I don't know why he's not responding.
Okay.
Because this is the fourth time we are having this kind of online conference. So, and he always there. He always remains there with us all the time. But this time I don't know. Yesterday at 8:41 p.m. So I talked with him.
Mhm.
He said that Tanmay, don't worry. So I have given you the promise, so I will be there. But I don't know what has happened. As I just said that he's more above 75, so might be some physical.
Get through to him on WhatsApp call?
Yeah, so WhatsApp, Messenger, so everything I am trying, but
Okay.
he's not responding. Only the I can see that he's just seeing my mail
Okay.
through the mail tracker. I can see that he is
Mhm.
just going through my mail.
Maybe he has got up just now. You never know.
Maybe. So someone is asking about your poetry. Where can we read your poetry on the pandemic?
I did
That you
read
just
one poem. Did people hear that?
yeah, chat box.
I had just read out a poem of mine. I don't know if it was heard or not. Did you hear that poem or not?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, okay. So I should read another one. You mean to say? Should it be only on COVID-19?
Anything, sir. We'll be honored.
Okay. So the title of my latest book of poem is The Alchemy of Aging. So I will read out the title poem on the alchemy of aging, and that is no country for old men, wrote Yeats. Perforce sailing to Byzantium, a tattered coat upon a stick, frustrated by watching young men and women in one another's arms. This is, I'm referring to uh, William Butler Yeats's Sailing to Byzantium. Will the slow soul clap its hands and sing, while I pray all day seeking forgiveness of God for sins amorous, when the evening, the setting sun with all its colors is so beautiful? The mature mind detached, manufacturing refined fantasies, teasing the limits of desire, senses more sensitive, decoding voices touch, odors intoxicate, sights catalyze ideas, not the wasteland of Eliot where caresses are unreproved if undesired. This is Byzantium where there's not only the aesthetics of art, but the art of aging, gracefully, beautifully, sensually. No abstractions or the promise of paradise, but what is within the realm of possibility right here. So this was the title poem, The Alchemy of Aging. Any message from anybody? Has some speaker told us to join, that he'll be joining?
Yes, sir. Professor Momin Kaji from USA. He just texted us. 5 minutes though done. It's about 9 minutes we are waiting for him to join.
Mm-hmm. I hope he does come soon. Are you people familiar with Ghazal?
Pardon me, sir.
The participants here attending this conference, are they familiar with Ghazal?
Yes, sir.
So would you like me to pass the time and recite a Ghazal in English?
Sure, sir.
Who said that? Sure, sir.
This is Dr. Soumya, sir,
Okay.
from IFLU, Lucknow.
I say, you are from Lucknow. Okay, that's
Yes.
my place of birth.
Yes.
So this ghazal has the radif, there is silence. The ghazal consists of, for those who don't know, couplets with a certain scheme of rhyme and refrain. When I look deep inside my heart, there is silence. In my room, the walls, the door, there is silence. I have spoken too much too long all my life. Now I wish to go to a place where there is silence. In the middle of a flame, there is darkness burning. When I talk to myself agitatedly, there is silence. In prosperity, his house was always abuzz with activity. In adversity, wherever he looks, searches, there is silence. A devastating beauty is always surrounded with admirers. A devastating beauty is always surrounded with admirers, but when her charm wanes, all around there is silence. I have played with words, sound, beats, composed poetry. Now, in the evening of my life, in my poems too, there is silence. The last couplet. You have lectured too much, Hamid. We are all fed up. For God's sake, for God's sake, stop this nonsense. We wish there is silence. Thank you so much. I
Beautiful,
hope,
sir. Thank you.
I hope you liked my poems.
Yes, that's beautiful.
Now, has the professor arrived? Joined?
Yes, sir. Professor Kaji is with us.
Yes.
Okay. A very warm welcome to Professor Momin Kazi. I am Sayyid Ali Hamid. I retired as Professor of English from the University of Kumaon, Almora campus in Uttarakhand, India.
Good to,
Uh,
good to
I
be
have
here. Thank you.
I have been given this pleasant responsibility of introducing you to the uh, participants. It's a pleasure seeing you there. Uh,
It's
uh,
a pleasure being here. I don't know how to get rid of the background that somehow got. I'm not in a hallowed hall where it looks like somehow in a hallway of where there's statues of kings and so forth. I'm actually in my.
I can see some of that.
So I don't know how to get rid of that. But anyway,
But it looks great, Dr. Momin Kazi. So we'd love to see you as it is.
Yeah, if I could get rid of it and
Yes,
just
it
remove
looks
my.
good. It has a look like the Bhool Bhulaiya Bada Imam Bara in Lucknow. Anyway,
I think I'm early
let
for
me
my
first
session.
introduce you to I have been given this responsibility, this pleasant responsibility. Professor Moin Kazi is Professor of English at Tarleton State University. He earned his PhD at the University of North Texas. He also has a Master of Biblical Studies degree and a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Radio, Television, Film. He is active in his profession as a teacher, scholar, and community servant. He edits 2 journals, a book series for Peter Lang Publishing, South Asian Literature, Arts, and Culture Studies. Sorry. And has been widely published. He co-authored a book of poetry and fiction, Migratory Words, published by Lamar University Literary Press in 2016. He has recently been awarded the International South Asian Literary Association's Distinguished Achievement Award and the College English Association Professional Achievement Award. He is a professional musician and holds a weekly radio show, The Beatles and Beyond. That's very interesting, Professor Momin. And he will be speaking on crisis and diaspora, exploring transnational identity. Over to you, Professor Momin. Thank you so much.
I'm thrilled to be here again. Thank you very much. And is there any way I can share my screen?
Yes, sir, you can. You just need to click the share button.
Okay.
There is a button present now.
Someone's going to have to walk me through some of these. So there's a button. Where is that button? Sorry.
Down there, it will be on the screen. It will be arrow mark within a square border.
Present now. Okay.
Yeah, present now. Yeah, you have to just.
And all right. So I actually thought that my presentation was starting in about a half hour, but where I am, it's just now 2 it's about 10 minutes until 2 in the morning. So I hope I wasn't late, and I hope that. So what time is it here where you are?
It's 12:19 in the noon.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's okay. So I'll share my screen, and let's see.
Acha.
Thank you all for your patience, and thank you for having me today. I appreciate the introduction. And so what I originally had agreed to was this notion of there's a stress within the academy, especially in the United States, and of course it doesn't take much channel surfing to realize that there's a lot of tension, of course, right now in the world all over. In the American Academy, I've had the privilege of being the graduate director of English, but I've also served for 2 years as the interim director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And diversity and inclusion is actually a interesting term, because you would imagine that would be considered a good thing. The notion of a diverse academy, or the notion of a diverse university campus atmosphere, right? And inclusion sounds like a great thing, as opposed to being exclusive or elitist. We welcome and we would want to be able to say all are welcome to be educated as opposed to indoctrinated. But even recently in Texas, the state of Texas where I live in the United States, the legislature has passed a law that makes it illegal to have a diversity and inclusion office at state universities, which just seems so counter to what an educational institution is or should be. So I want to go back in time a little bit to just show you what I used to explain about diversity and inclusion, and to just foreground and highlight how alarming it is that the state has now outlawed the notion of a diversity and inclusion office. I will tell you the happy ending, in a sense, is that I work at a university where they have creatively changed the names of their office and used different language to somehow maintain an office that does focus on diversifying the campus. And we do have a goal by 2025 to have 25% Hispanic population of students. And so what that means is that we wouldn't just be a very rural, white, conservative, right-wing, Republican, red state campus, that we are changing the to use the euphemism, another like pun kind of intended, the complexion of our campus. And so we're about to be 25% Hispanic, as opposed to just very, very white. But that's still a goal that's off in the distance. When we do have that happen, we will become more not just a different kind of campus, but also will be open to some more federal dollars and grants and scholarships. So it works in everyone's best interest to have a diverse and inclusive campus. But this is a stress on the academy when outside pressures are being brought to bear on a campus culture, but also that means we as professors have to be very creative in how we deal with these forces that are frankly controlling our funding, our paychecks, our pensions, and so on and so forth. So does that make some sense? So let me go ahead and share with you my I have a PowerPoint that I pulled up. Is everyone able to see that?
Not yet. Have you shared? You might have to select all screen and
Let me see. Hold on one second here. Again, thank you all for being so, let's see.
or in case if you find it up, you can just send it to one of us, like whoever email ID you have, we can share it on our end also. That also works.
Okay, let me try that.
Yeah,
Let's
sure,
see.
sure.
Because it says I'm sharing, but it says it's not allowing me to. So let me try one more time.
So you can close the PPT once and open it again after joining, as you have joined the meeting. Then go for present it now. Then it will come. The window will come.
Okay.
Just give it a try. Yeah, it's coming. Fantastic.
It did?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
It worked?
working.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, and am I being clear and have I set up the problem?
Yeah, you are clear, sir.
Sufficiently. Okay. So I wanted to show you some slides. Can you see my slide? It says approaches to diversity and inclusion challenges.
Yes, it's in the first slide we can see right now.
Beautiful. Okay. So now you can see this slide that says the dilemma that haunts many institutions or most institutions is that this poster by Walt Kelly that was created for the very first Earth Day several years ago. And it's basically a person, this Pogo is the character, and he's looking at a lot of garbage and pollution. And it's a very famous quote now, but this is where it originated. We have met the enemy and he is us. And so what I've done is put together some slides here that just answer some very basic questions. What is diversity? For example, it's multi-pronged. It's multiple items in a portfolio, right? It's having a broad range of experiences. It's about having a rich stock of life in our environment. So biodiversity, for example, but it's also a heterogeneity and the strength that comes with it. And so I've just put this illustration together that shows various religions, for example, in the world. And of course, that doesn't even include atheism and agnosticism, right? So a diverse-minded person recognizes that being different adds value to the mix, to the institution, the workplace, the marriage, partnership, family, the think tank, etc. So diversity is concerned with ethnicity and race. Diversity is concerned with gender equity. Diversity is concerned with sexual orientation. Diversity is concerned with physical challenges and disabilities. Diversity is concerned with religion and worldview. Diversity is concerned with socioeconomic status. Diversity is concerned with military veteran issues. Diversity is concerned. So you get the picture. It's something that reveals an empathy and a compassion. So ultimately, my office was concerned with nurturing a climate that informed understanding of diverse groups, but also it engaged a civil discourse characterized by mutual respect, but it also had an active global and multicultural awareness. I just wanted to share a few of the challenges I've faced on a personal level. And I'm going to go through these, but I just wanted to give you an overview. One of them had to do with a story that involved my own personal life, and then I've got some just ultra. These are the personal ones. So My name is Momin Kazi. My father is from, well, he passed away this February, but he was from, he was born in Aurangabad, India. And then after the partition, moved to Karachi, Pakistan. And then he immigrated to the United States in 1961. He married my mother, who is from Colorado in the United States. And when they were married and had me and my brother Raheem, my mom's father was very, very close-minded, very provincial, very white, and very bigoted. And but he grew into a much more understanding and inclusive human being as time went by, because he saw that these people that his children were marrying were bringing diversity into the family. But there was a time where this grandfather of mine called me Charlie and my brother Buster. The reason he called me Charlie and he called my brother Buster was because he referred to us as those two little brown boys, Charlie Brown and Buster Brown. And so, on a personal level, I've grown up with some very kind of covert bigotry and racism. Um, Also, there was a story where my mother combated some bigotry by virtue of when I was a little boy in 1968. My brother and I were not allowed to swim in the pool at our apartment complex because we were those little brown boys. But the word back then was much more harsh, and so you guys are all familiar with the N word. But the rule was no ends in the pool, and so my mother went and bought a red rubber raft and blew it up, and then my brother and I were in the red rubber raft on the swimming pool, and then I'm trying to see if you can see me talking while I'm also showing you the screen. Um, And when the landlord of the apartment complex confronted her about the two little boys being in the pool, my brother and me, um, she said, "My boys are not in the pool; they're on the pool," because we were in a raft. And so I've grown up with a very strong woman who not only married someone from South Asia, but then she defended us as her children from a mixed marriage. My brother and I were walking in Austin, Texas, to hear him play music. He's a professional musician and a teacher. And people were on the sidewalk and they looked at us. And because we were simply standing with each other as we were walking, one of the other men out there just looked at us and used a racial slur, and not racial, but used a slur. And basically, I've written it there on the slide. And my brother and I just looked at each other and laughed because they thought we were a same-sex couple, but of course we knew that we're brothers, and we just thought those people are idiots, and that's just plain silly. Finally, I wanted to tell you that once in the academy at a different university where I've worked, there was some resistance to me being even a part of the faculty. And somebody I never knew, found out who it was, painted a swastika on my door. So I ended up leaving that campus, and I've now been at Tarleton State for over 17 years, and I'm very happy here. But all I'm saying is in my personal life, I have dealt with some very covert and overt bigotry and racism, and I know that everyone else in the room probably has some stories that would horrify all of us, and that we can identify with. The university where I currently work also has had some issues with some of these covert and overt bigotry. One of the most vexing ones is that we have a spirit group on campus. It's the oldest spirit group in the state of Texas, maybe even in the United States. It's been going strong for 100 years now, since 1923. And they're called the Purple Poo. And yeah, it's as gross as it means, purple poo, POO. And their spirit group costumes, they started out looking very much like the Ku Klux Klan. Now they look like clowns. So I say they've gone from Klan outfit to clown outfit, but they still remain anonymous. They still go around and use brooms to sweep out the trash. It's a very interesting organization. And so they're very proud of it. But for those of us who know, it's a horrifying kind of reality that they're very proud of this spirit organization. So let me just show you a picture here. You can see these are some of the outfits that the uniforms. They maintain their anonymity by being completely covered, and you can see this is the outfit that was recently discovered in a base in an attic in one of the buildings on the campus. You can see on the left side of the screen these purple poo outfits, but then on the right side of the screen you can see basically 100 years ago these were Klan outfits. And so let me show you some other pictures. These are Ku Klux Klan costumes. And they're kind of based upon the Spanish Inquisition, outfits, uniforms that were used in the day to maintain, a sense of intimidation, but also anonymity. I know that they've evolved, and so I'm going to try to share a different screen. Let's see if I can do that. Well, actually, in the interest of time, I think I've made my point, that these outfits have gone from kind of the Klan to the clown. So let's go back to what I was doing here. You can see on the left here a photo of how they've maintained their anonymity by wearing just full body costumes. When I first became a professor at the university, the university's student body, some of them got into trouble because they were using Martin Luther King Jr. Day which is a federal holiday, to have parties that were basically emphasizing racial stereotypes. And so one of the pictures that was posted on Facebook back then that got this group into trouble, these are some of those pictures. This was captioned, "I love chicken," because the person wore a T-shirt. They're dressed in clothing that was typically associated with the African American community. Here's another one. It's also awful. Aunt Jemima with a 40 ounce bottle of beer, so that was a part of the culture at the university just 17 years ago. And then there was a controversy revolving the play Corpus Christi, which had a character in it who was his name Joshua, but he was definitely kind of a Jesus Christ character. But the problem that many people in the community had with that was that this character was homosexual. So David Dewhurst, the Texas lieutenant governor at the time in our government system, said, "Every citizen is entitled to the freedom of speech, but no one should have the right to use government funds or institutions to portray acts that are morally reprehensible to the vast majority of Americans." That was his response to this play. And of course, I thought it was a horrifying response because if I were a practicing Christian, I would have said, my Jesus is strong enough to handle the portrayal of somebody being gay and having love in his life that happens to be same sex. So To me, this was an academic presentation, and it shouldn't have been canceled, but the campus caved to some of the pressures from the government and the local community, and stopped this assignment in the classroom of allowing this play to be performed. And then here's a tweet that I thought was just very silly but deadly serious. This person, T-Bone H1, wrote on December 30th back in 2006, New Year's resolution, assassinate, and then the president at the time. And I was like, what a horrifying tweet. So possible solutions, education, of course. And I think it works on three levels: the global, the institutional, and the personal. And it requires a difficult dialogue. We need to share our stories. We need to listen to each other's stories, ultimately empathize, because everyone has a reason for what they're doing and why they are who they are. We need to, as you know, the Mahatma Gandhi said, become the change that we want to see in the world. And we need to break down barriers. And I'm going to skip a few slides and move ahead to this notion of how do we break down some barriers. Well, we overcome ignorance by furthering education, replacing fear with informed trust, nurturing empathy by opening our hearts, and evolving by listening. And that has to be modeled in the classroom, I believe, and amongst each other as colleagues in the academy. I think love is a very important notion. I like what the Beatles say, love is all you need. I know it's idealistic. I know that it's not all we need, but it sure is a good start. So that's how I'm going to end the presentation. I thank you very much, and peace to you all.
So, Professor, I just can't thank you enough for that viscerally eye-opening lecture. I call it visceral because while listening to your talk, I was constantly reminded of a class I take on speech acts and Ku Klux Klan, and that horrifying 1992 incident involving that Minnesota family whose right to live or existence was kind of determined by the Supreme Court on the basis of the constitutive and performative utterances. So I thank you so much for enlightening us on how to how to practice anti-racism. And I also thank Professor Hamid for being unimaginably kind and patient despite us failing to manage things as we should have. And finally, we are immensely grateful to all the participants, our collaborating institutes, for their incredible kindness and patience towards us. I thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you. You're welcome. Very much so. Have I overstayed my welcome? I wanted to make sure I stayed within my time frame.
Absolutely not, Professor. We are receiving various praises for your lectures.
Thank you all very much. I didn't know if there was time for any question answers, or if we just need to move along to the next session. Again, it's 2:12 a.m. for me, but what time does that mean it is where you are?
It's 12:42 in the afternoon.
12:42. Okay.
So participants, you are now free to ask questions if you wish.
12:42.
Yes, Dr. Kazi.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing. Like India presents a paradox of this diversity and inclusion, and that's what is the crux of all the conflicts these days. And we're trying to negotiate a path of acceptance to all of them, because it's like a thorny path. And if in the US it could happen, like Declaration of Independence and freedom of expressions and all that, so there always be some ugly heads being raised in the name of whether it's clan or whether it's ethnicity or whether it's whatever. Now the thing is how to accommodate and negotiate the path to unanimity or sort of composite kind of culture. So a few tips on, like you said, classroom education. That's the whole thing, it's creating awareness that all of us, regardless of the kind of we belong to, we do have the rights to practice and do also have the right to respect others. So just there was my comment on.
Thank you so much. I agree. It's a thorny issue, and I thought part of the exploring crisis in literary and cultural studies is the theme of this conference. And I just thought this is a crisis that is actually, it seems to be growing, as opposed to, there was a time where it felt like we were getting better at it all, but now it feels, like it's cyclical, and the ebbs and flows of this issue seem to be kind of back in a fever pitch. And so I think now more than ever, it's an important thing for us to do, as the new Literaria journal is encouraging us to do, which is to explore this crisis. And so thank you for your openness.
So we have a question for you that says, I have a question, sir. Does a multicultural model, as in Canada, can minimize such racial issues in the US as well, or the context stands different? The question is from Nilanjan Banerjee.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the Canadian model. I'd love to hear it.
Nilanjan, if
Am
you
I,
are, yeah.
am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir. I think though we were taught multiculturalism on Canada in political science, though I have much forgotten much on that. But what I remember was that there were certain theorists like Bhikkhu Parekh, Will Kimlicka, or Charles Taylor, who have put forward this multicultural model where I think there is a mix on affirmative action and certain rights, where there are certain rights for the immigrants. In the case of Bhikkhu Parekh, he has put a certain model of multiculturalism, which is not an assimilationist model, but rather a salad bowl one, where different cultures can at the same time stay together. So this was put forward in the universities at the government level. This multicultural model was initiated. So do you think, if I leave aside multiculturalism, do you think such issues at the theoretical level, or such from the government side, where in the case of the Canada, it was quite splendid in because if I remember right, from the government side, they put forward these theoretical models where theories and practices could blend. And when this did blended, it created certain grounds for inclusivity in Canada. So do you think that this is possible, or this has been done from the US federal level or at the state level, where such multicultural models, where one might not assimilate but a salad bowl one, where just in a salad we see different vegetables or different fruits together, but each with its own distinct features? So do you think such a multicultural or such inclusive models from the government side in the US, or is there a tension there as well?
There's a very large tension, and the problem with that is, of course, we tout ourselves as being a melting pot, but you're right, it is really more of a salad bowl. Either way, somehow food gets involved, and of course we all can connect with food. But the reality is, in the state of Texas, where I am, maybe you've heard of the border crisis. A lot of people here are vilified because they have come from the southern border into the United States. You heard former President Trump talk about, the many are racist, many are, murderers, that kind of mentality. So we're combating a bigotry from within and without, outside. But the reality is, if we're going to be an eclectic community, and if we're going to be somehow pro-immigrant and pro whether you be melting pot or salad bowl, it's gonna be something that is an individual choice, because the institution is under tremendous pressure to be very, I hate to use the word nationalistic and provincial, but it seems to be that wherever you are, you have to participate in singing the national anthem or standing up and pledging allegiance to the flag. It's become that patriotism is becoming institutionalized in the sense that it's becoming part of the mandate as opposed to a personal choice. And this is a very alarming trend. And so I'm being frank to just say that we are seeing this as a crisis. I personally am. Now, not everyone shares my point of view, but I just happen to be someone who teaches post-colonial studies and who definitely understands reality from both sides of the shoe. I'm definitely a privileged person in that I'm white, I'm American, but I'm also I understand what it's like to be brown, South Asian, and so I kind of see reality from both sides of the equation. I can step where I want to, and in some moments, and I can be stepped on a lot too. It just depends on what my identity is at that moment, and the perception of others. When people say, "Oh, but you look so white," "Oh, your accent, you're so American." I'm like, yeah, I am, but just walk around with the name Momin Manzoor Kazi for 2 weeks and tell me, get back to me in 2 weeks and let me know how that was for you, Mr. White Bread American. And then it's always a different understanding then. I hope I've addressed the question at least somewhat, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Pragya Bhatnagar. I'm a research scholar from India.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Uh, you delivered a scintillating presentation. Thank you for that. My query is, so being comfortable with diversity supports the role of gender and identity of a person because that's how diverse we are. The LGBTQ inclusion is possible only when we recognize and understand the diversity in each human being.
True.
So my question is, in India, we still see a a big level of homophobia and a non-native attitude. Whereas we see a huge, river of Urdu poetry, Sanskrit traditions, they support and they don't just support, they also explore the homosexual traditions and the homosexual identity that the ancient times had. Despite of that, we have this situation and we say that it is because of the Western influence. After the colonialists, the Britishers came. So my question is, how does USA, which itself was some time a colonized state by America, by Britain, how does USA view the diversity in sexual orientation? What are the constructs and what is the socio-cultural situation there?
Well, I'm 61 years old, so I've seen a lot of change from, say, 1962 to now 2023. And I will tell you this, that on the one hand, we have this explosion of awareness of a spectrum as opposed to an either or. And so right now you've maybe heard of gender fluidity, identification fluidity, and in some ways what that's created is kind of a sense of heterogeneity that is as
Yes.
granular as it's ever been. And so people on the one hand are being very open about um, they're getting away from the binaries and they're going into multiple, kind of understandings of who they are. And so even with the notion of pronouns, I know that in the United States, sometimes people will identify on their email signature, they'll say pronouns he, him, them, right, that kind of thing. She, her, she. There's, but then
Yes.
people will say, I'm not he or a she, I'm a they, right? And so some people are posting, they're identifying a certain outside of the traditional boxes, right? But on the one hand, that's happening, but on the other hand, there's this kind of backlash that's entrenched in saying, stop being woke, and stop forcing your gender fluidity down my throat, right? And so it's right now, it's very difficult. What I'm seeing is a growing pain in our society. And if you believe in Hegel's kind of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, right now we're in a moment of great flux. And I don't know when it will stabilize, but I'm looking forward to that day where these aren't issues as much as they are right now. But it's going
Thank
to
you
take
so
some
much,
time
sir.
for
Yeah.
people to figure it out.
Yes, indeed.
So,
I'm very clear.
yeah. All right. Thank you all for the questions, and I'm so thrilled that that we're having such a nice conversation. You know, I know that we're talking about crisis in the literary and cultural studies. You know, it's difficult to teach what we teach um, because our audiences aren't always open, right? But it's our job as educators to at least share the experiences and share the perspectives, and not and at least be aware of these various issues. When I teach a classical literature piece, I'm still very aware that within that piece, whether it be Homer's Iliad or Odyssey, I'm still having to go, hey, let's foreground the experience of the war prize who's a female, as opposed to just looking at the story kind of from a very Western white perspective, which doesn't even see a problem in that in that dynamic and that that literary reality.
Professor, if I can just get in with a question, not a question as such, but more of an observation, which have seen in one of my educational institution. And as you are talking about educational institution and the idea of inclusion within a kind of institutional parameter, it comes to my mind that once, as a part of theater practitioners, I kind of came up with a LGBTQ play, which has a kind of intimate scene to show to the audience as a part of the play. And from an institutional parameter, there comes an objection of that we can't show it within the institutional kind of purview or the space as an institution. So my more question or more of I want to know your observation on this, that how much you see it as a more of a structural problem within a kind of state apparatus, or do you see it as a more of a burden of the tradition to a certain extent, like in different culture they have a burden of a tradition that they carry with it, which comes more in relation to the moral question sometimes also. So when you talk about this inclusivity within an institutional parameters, there I think has a catch in that sense that it also comes under administrative and institutional parameters that you have to run through. At the same time, it comes with a diverse kind of people who are into it with their diverse cultural baggage, traditional baggage, as well as ethnicity, and so on and so forth. So,
Yeah.
where is the balance in that thing, and where does one as an individual stand, and where does one as an institutional representative stand in that framework, so to speak?
Yeah, you've answered the question within your own question, and that is the balance. Where is the balance? And it's such a challenge. I don't have an answer. I mean, all I can say is that fact that you're asking the question though is so healthy and so positive, because you're aware that there's a personal tension, but there's an institutional responsibility because they are being funded by some outside force or source, and it may be that the funding is coming from within, like students and tuition, and but it's also coming from state and federal sources, right? So there is a sense that governing arm has to do as the body or brain tells it to do, right? And they are paying me as a representative of their institution. Now, if I was working at a private institution, as I have done in the past, there's a different set of rules because maybe now I'm not as beholden to some of those mandates or laws that say I have to stay within a certain parameter, right? But even then, private universities are getting in the United States, they're getting federal dollars a lot of times, and so they have to play by certain rules that are coming from Washington D.C. Um, but that also works in our favor because some of those rules are put into place to protect the rights of the underprivileged and to protect the rights of the voiceless or the those who have less power. So it's not all bad, right? It's not all a negative. It's that we just have to be very aware of who's buttering the bread, and but at the same time, what the butterers need is to be educated in and so so on a personal level, what I do is I also get involved in local politics, and I also get involved in trying to change things at an institutional level. And so when I became full professor, or actually when I became a tenured associate professor, I didn't really change that much because I've always been sort of fearless because of maybe the way I was raised to just sort of speak truth to power and treat people like we're on equal footing. But I also know that there's a hierarchy, and so I have to be careful. But at the institutional level, I'm very okay with being outspoken. I don't break the laws, but at the same time, I do try to make changes to where just because I'm in a place of power, I don't pull. You know, you've heard the metaphor of pulling the ladder up behind you after you've gotten into the ship. It's like I don't do that. I reach out constantly and hold that ladder in place so that we can have more people in that ship. And so again, I don't know what the balance is, but I think everyone has to find it on their own. And the fact that you've asked the question makes me feel very, very encouraged that your institution has you. So,
yeah. Thank you, Professor. For
you're welcome.
yeah.
I don't want to take the next. I don't want to take someone else's time. I'm so afraid that I'm like
No, we are not
overstepping.
running late. I guess we are well ahead of time. Dipro, you there?
No, Subankar, we have 10 minutes more.
10 minutes more. Yeah. So if any Dipro, can you go ahead? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know that I'm going to be kind of mediating another session, and so I want to make sure that we're all good. I guess that's the good news. Any other questions? Then we have some time. That makes me feel very happy. Tanmoy, do you have any questions, or not questions, but do you have anybody in the room and anyone here who wants to share their story of some of the challenges you're facing and share some insights you have? Because if we have 10 minutes, then certainly there's time to not just ask questions, but maybe share your experience. Oh, look at that. Head Department of English. Whoa, look at all
Hello.
those.
Yeah, Professor Kazi, this is Dr. Ved Prakash from Department of English, Central University of Rajasthan. And
Hello.
thank you so much for your very interesting, personal, insightful lecture. I want to ask something because I think we've had some bit of discourse around that. If we really have to imagine a better future, then perhaps education and an honest dialogue is, the way forward. At least the challenge that I have faced in some of my classes, where the students come with certain ideas, that are shaped by, let's say, this propaganda machinery that is active out there all the time. And I wonder, in what way then do I really intervene? Because I don't want to be too assertive when I'm trying to interject in terms of having a dialogue about any issue. And also, don't want to basically, assert that I'm the teacher and I know better than you. But also, I know somewhere they are, wrong. And I then just, it becomes a challenge for me. Then what do I do, right? And I think it happened recently when we were having a discussion, around war and how war has become a part of trade and commodity. And Israel and Palestine issue came up, and there were opinions about that what Israel is doing is right. And so what do we do, when we are surrounded by, let's say, technology that of course is constantly manipulating the masses and changing the narrative? So in that kind of situation, and rather a crisis, what really is the way forward when we think of imagining a world where we can perhaps challenge crisis of all kinds?
I
Thank you.
thank you for the question, and all I can answer is my own personal and experience to that very challenge, and that is, in as much as it is possible, it is my responsibility. Again, this is my own opinion, but I believe I have to take a chance and say something when I see something is wrong. And for example, in my city, in the town where I live, it's only got about 15,000 people during the year, but then when students come to town, it becomes maybe more like 25,000 people. It's a small town and it's rural in Texas. It's very white, very conservative. During the certain days of the year, they post Confederate flags, like from the Civil War, on the cemetery plots of the soldiers who fought in the Civil War on the side of the Confederacy. It's that conservative. Um, During parades, there are Confederate flags handed out even today, to children. And so the parade route is lined with the flag of the losing side of the Civil War, right? So it's a very strange little town to live in. But what I have done consciously is I have become involved in local government by sitting on the Board of Adjustment. It's a nonpartisan responsibility and position, but it shows people that I'm a human and one of them, and that I'm not the enemy and not what they have swallowed as the propaganda, um, that they wouldn't know if I wasn't there taking a chance, being out in front of people. I'm the county chair of the Erath County Democratic Party. So for me, I'm not a Republican, but I'm definitely in a minority. And I'm speaking now as just sharing my own personal. I'm not representing the university by telling you this. I'm telling you that I've taken personal steps to maintain an identity that basically shares with the community and my fellow colleagues and my students and the community in the world that I live in, that I will take a stand, and even if it is very uncomfortable and it does put me in harm's way. I mean, when I march in the parade and I'm in the back of a pickup truck saying I'm a Democrat, and I'm showing them that there's another side, most people, I would say 8 out of 10, look at me and say I'm a devil, I'm the enemy, I'm the bad guy. But there's 2 out of 10 or 3 out of 10 in the audience that says, thank goodness he's here. thank goodness that there's someone representing the other side. So I'm an ally to people who are underprivileged and under voiced, and that can be in any number of ways. But that's something that I personally have chosen to do. And so I don't know what the answer is for anyone else. I know that everyone else is in a different situation that may be even more dangerous. And yet I think that if I personally weren't speaking up for like on my Facebook page, I've made comments that are not totally clouded and shrouded in secrecy, but I've made sure that it's clear where I stand on the Israel-Palestinian issue, for example. And that is, I see humanity on both sides, and I see inhumanity on both sides, and I wish that we would come to a peaceful conclusion, but I'm not so idealistic as to believe that it's a simple answer that will be enforced. But I do believe that we shouldn't just support one side or the other because of some white Christian nationalist stance. For example, I'm just saying that's a stance I take. And so I've quoted on my Facebook page a very good close friend of mine, Naomi Shihab Nye, who is a Palestinian American who wrote a beautiful poem, and I just posted that poem. Basically, it's sharing that Arabs and are human too. So, it sounds like it's not a controversial stance, but when you're surrounded with white nationalists and people who don't even know why they're supporting Zionist mentality or a political stance, then it becomes a courageous thing to do. I hope that answers the question without tooting my own horns. Courageousness.
Thank you so much, Professor Kazi. Yeah, I
You're
think
welcome.
it answers. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I bet you now it's time to move to the next session. My pleasure. Thank you so much, Risha Kushomi Sharma. I see.
Dipro?
Yes, Shubhankar.
Yeah, go ahead. Just
Uh, so we still have 4 minutes left.
What's up next?
we can go, Dipro, we can go ahead for the next session. Kalila is also already there. If there is no other question for Professor Kazi.
Well, I mean, is it Professor Salila Kushrethra?
Yes, he is already here.
Yeah.
Dipro, you can conclude just then I'll take.
Okay. Thank you again, Tanmoy Kundu, for doing this incredible effort of corralling and herding all of us. You've done a tremendous thing, and you've been so charming in your persuasive skills to get us involved in this wonderful conference that you've put together. It's really an astonishing event, and the fact that you can get someone like me where it's 2:42 in the morning and I'm still anticipating another good hour and a half or whatever of engagement, it's like quite an achievement, and but I'm a night owl, so that's working in your favor. I like to tell people that I'm like an elf. While they're sleeping, I'm working, and while they're working and awake, a lot of times I'm working too. But this is right down my alley, to be up when everyone else is asleep. But you guys are awake, so maybe it's just the South Asian in me coming out. So.
Thank you so much, Professor, also for being on such early notice and.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah. All right, then taking it from Dipro, I will take it ahead for our next session, which will be the second plenary sessions of this 2 days international e-conference organized by New Literaria in active collaboration of Siura Central University of Rajasthan. And for this session, we have two of our speakers with our chairperson, Professor Momin Kwazi, where we got to hear from you right now, a very fascinating lecture. I don't think it's mandatory as such to introduce as of now to Momin Kwazi, but just as for an kind of doing what is required, I'll just read out the bio note of Professor Kwazi. Professor Kwazi is a professor of English at Tarleton State University. He had a PhD at the University of North Texas, and he also has a Master's of Biblical Studies degree and a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Radio, TV, and Film. He is active in his profession as a teacher, scholar, and community servant. He edited two journals, a book series for Peter Lang publication, South Asian Literature, Arts, and Cultural Studies, and he has been widely published. He authored a book of poetry and fiction, Migratory Words, published by Lamar University Literary Press in 2016. He has recently been awarded the International South Asian Literary Association's Distinguished Achievement Award and the College English Association Professional Achievement Award. He's a professional musician and hosts a weekly radio show, The Beatles and Beyond. So with that small bio note, I just welcome Professor Kwazi to this next session, and it's now taking it. You can take it forward with introducing Professor Salila, who will give the first plenary talk, which will be followed by Professor Clara Warwick.
Very good. So I have the distinct honor, and thank you so much for that introduction. I have the distinct honor to introduce Professor Salila Kushratha. And I'm sorry that I'm mispronouncing, but that's right, correct, Sabankar?
It's
Kulshrestha. Yeah, Kulshrestha.
Kulshrestha. And the night, and she's going to talk to us about the collecting and museumizing religious sculptures, 19th century museums in South Asia. But she's a visiting assistant professor of history and art history at New York University, Abu Dhabi. She received her PhD in history from the Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Salila has been a Shivdasani Fellow at the Oxford Center of Hindu Studies, University of Oxford, 2018. She's taught at the undergraduate levels in India and the United States. Salila has also worked as the assistant keeper at the Dr. Bao Dajilad Mumbai City Museum, Mumbai, and on issues of urban heritage and heritage education with the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. She's the author of the book From Temple to Museum, Colonial Collection, and Uma Mahesvara, Icon in Middle Ganga Valley in 2018, published by Routledge. She's also recently co-edited the Routledge Handbook of Hindu Temples in 2023. Salila's research interests include religious iconography and temple spaces in South Asia, colonial archaeology, history of museums, material culture, and religious history of the Indian Ocean. Her current research project studies shrines and ancient sailing routes in the Western Indian Ocean. So we're looking forward to your presentation, Salila, collecting and museumizing religious sculptures, 19th century museums in South Asia. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Kazi, for the introduction. Good morning from Abu Dhabi, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, Shubhankar, for inviting me to this fabulous fabulous conference. I will probably start by sharing my presentation. Am I allowed to share? Because I can't see the sharing option.
Yeah, and what I've learned is that there's a button in the middle of your screen near the bottom underneath all the Brady Bunch blocks, and it's
it says
a little
present
box
now.
with an arrow, present now. Click that, and then you can it'll give you what options of what screen you want to share.
Okay, but I cannot see
See the slide
my.
possibly, right? You might need to just open it again, the PPT.
Okay,
You have
my
because that's
PPT is open.
but have you opened it before joining this meeting or after that? Because
Yeah,
that
yeah, I opened it before. Oh, so I need to
okay,
open it
you have
again.
to close it. So that's the Google Meet problem.
Oh, okay,
So you have to open
okay,
it
okay.
only after joining the meeting. Only then it shows that as a window.
Oh, one learns something new every day. Thank you
Yeah,
for that,
it did the
Shiva.
same thing to
That's
me.
also
The
I
second time
figure
was a
out
charm.
later on.
Yeah.
I hope it will work then.
No, I can still not see it.
I can't still say. Uh,
Should I
in that case,
send
you
it to
can
you,
send it to
Shankar?
me. That's the
Yeah,
last option in a way.
that's what I'm doing. I hope it just goes because mine is a very image-heavy presentation.
Oh, of
So,
course.
so I'll probably I'll share the link with you. If it doesn't open, then I will share the.
Okay. Also, you can try all screen share if that is okay with you. Then you can open the PPT. You can't see anything when you are clicking present now. The sharing
No,
mode.
I can't see anything when I open it. I can only see the screen which on which we are right now. So
Okay,
that's.
maybe click that, then open the PPT. That can work, I guess. Just give it a try once, otherwise we'll go ahead with.
So it's not actually when I open it, it does not show me the PPT sharing option only, though my PPT have just opened, just closed and opened.
Okay, then send it to me, I
So
guess.
I'm sending it to
Yeah,
you, Shubhankar.
yeah,
I've
yeah,
just
sure, sure,
emailed
sure.
it
Do
to
that,
you.
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if you could share it on my behalf.
sure, sure.
Okay, so I'll start introducing my topic in any case because I know I'm also losing out on the time. So the title of my presentation today is Collecting and Museumizing Religious Sculptures uh, from 19th Century South Asia. My presentation will be focusing on three issues. First, the question of colonial collecting practices of the officers of the English East India Company and antiquarians who traveled through various parts of the Indian subcontinent in the 19th and the 20th century. The second issue I'll be touching upon is 19th century museum narratives and methodologies, the ways of classification, cataloging, labeling, and displaying museum objects. And finally, the eventual fragmentation of these collections in the post colonial world into various museums, galleries, and art markets, which also involved the fragmentation of the knowledge that these museums contained. Did you get my slide, Shubhankar?
Yes, Salil, I got it. I will just share it in my head.
Okay.
Just a second.
Okay, so in the meantime, I'll start. So, in the history of South Asia, the 19th century is a significant interlude when the English East India Company had managed to gain control over large parts of the Indian subcontinent and undertook an extensive intellectual campaign to gain knowledge of the newly acquired domains. If you could go on to the second slide, please, Shivhankar.
Yeah.
So, these are the main issues I was talking about. Various surveyors, geographers, antiquarians, and civil and military officers of the East India Company were deployed to map, document, and conduct statistical surveys of the different parts of the subcontinent. During this phase of the British rediscovery of India, the colonial officers surveyed and listed historical remains, carried out amateur excavations, and collected archaeological artifacts, including sculptures, manuscripts, paintings, and architectural fragments. A large number of artifacts and religious images, in particular, were moved into museums and private collections to lose their sacred identity and came to be viewed as art objects, decontextualized from the temples from which they came and from the ritual processes they were involved in. The removal of these artifacts into museums hence marked a significant break in the history of the temple sites and also the loss of crucial archaeological evidence. Can you please go to the next slide?
Sure.
I'm going to start my present. I'm going to talk about my presentation through a certain colonial officer, and this is just one example of colonial collecting. And through him, I'll be drawing out larger issues and larger problems from the 19th century museum processes. As an instance of colonial collecting in the 19th century, I cite the example of Alexander Merrick Broadley, who was the district magistrate of the town of Bihar Sharif near Nalanda in the modern day state of Bihar in the 1860s. Broadley, like many of his contemporaries, was on a mission to identify the Buddhist sites in the region as per the travelogues of the Chinese scholars Fahian and Yunsang, and add to the existing knowledge of the life of the historical Buddha. During the course of his amateur archaeological excavations, Broadley collected many sculptures and architectural fragments from the region. He excavated these sculptures, carried them off, and established a museum at his official residence, which he called the Bihar Museum. Slide, please. Broadly, being the district magistrate, had the economic means and the large labor force, including prisoners, who he used to excavate the archaeological sites. On some days, as he has himself recorded, he could dig 4 archaeological sites in just half an hour. He gathered the Buddhist relics, which lay buried at the core of the stoop, dismantled shrines, and removed any slabs, inscriptions, sculptures, and doorways which interested him. He did not just pick up loose fragments or stray sculptures, but actually broke down structures to add to his collection. He records collecting at least 686 artifacts during his excavations. In the pursuit of building a museum, he moved the artifacts from their original provenance, thus tampering with significant archaeological evidence. Though collecting was something he did in his leisure time, he selected what he had to collect and framed these within the Orientalist tropes of native apathy and colonial recovery. Sometime in the 1870s, his open air museum was photographed, and these give us a glimpse into his curatorial and display skills. And the slide which I have in front of you is one view of his museum. Shubhankar, could you change the slide, please? And this is another view of his open air museum, and you can see how many objects he has collected. And Broadley himself is standing in the balcony, kind of surveying all his collection. He did not just collect the sculptures, but he also removed an inscribed Gupta inscription from the town of Bihar Sharif and installed it upside down in the middle of the city and had his own name inscribed on it. Slide, please, Shubhankar. So this is the pillar which he relocated. The Broadley collection continued to move around through history, where the excavation and collection by Broadley himself was just the first step in their displacement. After Broadley's unceremonious exit from India in 1891, the second displacement came when the government of Bengal decided to transfer the contents of the Bihar Museum to the Indian Museum, Calcutta, where some of these sculptures were displayed while others were stored in the museum's reserve collection. Slide, please. The objects were accessioned in the catalogues of the Indian Museum and listed as Broadley collection from Bihar, meaning Bihar Sharif, the town, or the Bihar Museum, thus forever obliterating the original provenance and identity of these artifacts. So basically, the officers of the Indian Museum completely forgot to record that this is the Bihar, these are objects from Bihar Sharif and not just from Bihar Museum. It is interesting that Broadley, in his detailed description of excavations, maintained an inventory of most of what he had collected. However, the officials at the Indian Museum did not consider it important to record these in the museum registers, thus leaving the 686 objects without provenance. This was, however, not to be the final fate of the Broadley collection, for it traveled further, with different identities and provenance. In 1917, the Patna Museum was founded to honor and showcase the rich artistic heritage of the newly created state of Bihar. There was a demand to bring back archaeological objects from the Calcutta Museum, which so far had been the repository of all archaeological material collected in the subcontinent. A portion of the Broadley collection was transferred from the Indian Museum to the Patna Museum. So from Bihar Sharif, it went to Calcutta. From Calcutta, it went to Patna. The provenance of all these sculptures was once again listed in the Patna Museum registers as Bihar, as they continue to be even in the present day catalogues. During the transfer from Broadley's Bihar Museum to Calcutta and later to Patna, some of the pieces were damaged and fragments of the same sculpture often landed up in different museums. In 2017, a new state of the art Bihar Museum, ironically, the name of the new museum is again Bihar Museum. So in 2017, a new Bihar Museum opened in Patna, and the collection was once again moved into this new museum, which now houses this collection. Pieces from the Broadley collection are now also found in museums across the world, such as at the Cleveland Museum of Art, the Rockefeller Collection, and in the Berlin Museum, where they are listed from Bihar, the state, and not the museum. Slide, please. Through this example of A.M. Broadley and his Bihar Museum, what can we deduce about the impact of colonial collecting on later history writing? Broadley's collection not only altered the fate of hundreds of sculptures, but his haphazard excavation and those of his contemporaries left archaeological sites open to treasure seekers and the destruction of archaeological evidence. The nomenclatures and labels given to some images by Broadley is also confusing. Was this on account of Broadley's limited knowledge of the Indian religions, or was this mistake deliberate, keeping in mind the fact that he was trying to identify merely the Buddhist elements in the topography? Interestingly, the museum labels and catalogs, even in the present day, continue to use the same nomenclatures. This speaks of the colonial ways of ordering, classifying, and labeling, and the manner in which these collections were used as tangible evidence to produce a certain kind of knowledge about India's past. For the religious images in particular, each shift in their location added a new layer of meaning to their identity. Broadly, in his Orientalist enterprise, framed these as pieces of Buddhist art. In Calcutta, they became objects of curiosity from the colony, and in the Patna Museum, they became specimens of regional heritage. The collection of colonial officers became valuable visual records of India's diverse geography and rich history. Moreover, within the Orientalist discourse, the British also took custodianship of India's material artifacts, which they argued was being lost and destroyed due to native apathy. A large part of the collected materials were shipped to Britain as souvenirs of the empire and also to be studied, translated, and interpreted by Orientalist scholarship. During the long journey overseas, historical objects were often lost. The officers of the company also collected objects for their own private collections, and many of these collections have now been dispersed, and the objects have landed up in various museums around the world without any knowledge of where they have come from. A second option of colonial collecting was to keep the antiquities and other collected specimens within India. And it was decided not to send all archaeological objects to the British Museum. In India, the objects were kept to educate the native population about their geography, history, and religion through such visual tools. Hence, the early museums established in South Asia were not merely storage and display facilities, but also centers of knowledge production. Slide, please. The beginning of museums in India can be traced to the Asiatic Society of Bengal, an institution promoting Orientalist scholarship founded in Calcutta by Sir William Jones in 1784. The society put forward a proposal in 1814 to form a museum that would house the collection of artifacts and natural specimens that had been acquired by the company's officials as well as private collectors. It was against this backdrop that the first public museum in South Asia, the Indian Museum in Calcutta, was established in 1814. The Museum of the Colony, or the Imperial Museum as it was known, became the knowledge apparatus that would logically arrange the natural and historic wealth of the subcontinent, viewed as both exotic and chaotic, into neatly classified and organized branches of knowledge. By the middle of the 19th century, when the shift of governmental focus with a shift of governmental focus from conservation to preservation, museums also came to be established in Madras, Bombay, and Lahore. What were some of the organizing principles and taxonomies adopted by 19th century museums in South Asia? The first and most convenient category was the use of religious denomination. Within each religious group, the objects were further classified around myths, personalities, and the great monuments of the mythological universe. For instance, since Buddhist art was of primacy at the time, the museums made a conscious effort to collect Buddhist images from different sites which the Buddha is believed to have visited, depicting him in his various forms such as sitting, standing, preaching, and reclining. So these kind of became sequential that the objects had to be collected in a particular manner. Second, the Buddha images were then assessed for their aesthetic beauty, the material of fabrication, and the artistic innovation. The religious images were thus stripped of their sacred value to become art objects, and the temple sites from which these were collected came to signify the various schools of art, such as the Mathura school, the Gandhara school, and so on. These schools continue to be used as convenient art historical categories even in present day scholarship. The third kind of display arrangement was around the great epochs of history and dynastic achievement, where artifacts were grouped under broad chronological and dynastic labels. Royal patronage seemed to provide the only kind of explanation for the production of art with little or no lay participation. It is still fairly common to find sculptural galleries in South Asian museums called modern art, Gupta art, Chola art, and so on, in honor of the great ruling dynasties. Slide, please. The Orientalist fervor for scientific documentation and academic scholarship overlooked India's living history, removed the sacred icons to museums, and transformed shrines into monuments without taking into consideration the viewpoint of natives whose history was being discovered. The neatly categorized galleries in the 19th century museums that were organized on the basis of only religion, as they still continue to be in South Asian museums, obscured the ground realities of the multicultural landscape that is India, where the Buddha is seen and worshipped as an incarnation of a Hindu god Vishnu, and where religious sculptures can have multiple identities. These are issues which I have touched upon in greater detail in my own work. Finally, what is the way forward? Slide, please, Shubhankar. I've presented to you a very small colonial collection, a very selected data set from a micro region in eastern India. There are various such stories of colonial collecting being made and their subsequent fragmentation from different parts of South Asia. In recent years, museums have devoted much research to provenance projects to identify the provenance of cultural objects that are known to have originated from a place that has suffered heritage loss. In the case of South Asia, given the colonial collecting practices of the 19th century, provenance research is a challenging exercise. So, what is the way forward? The problem is how objects are classified, organized in museums, and placed in relation to each other. Provenance research can be the first step in our attempt to decolonize museums by giving an idea of the original landscape from where an object was acquired and the different ways in which it changed hands and eventually ended up in museums. While museums labels give vivid descriptions of object based on their physical attribute, they give no indication of collection histories of objects. Museum narratives and curation strategies need to shift focus from looking at the physical attributes to understanding their social value, architectural placement, and ritual usage. In recent years, object biographies have revealed that the identity of an art object, artifact, or museum piece is not fixed at the moment of its creation. If we hence move away from academic discourse and exhibition spaces, a lot more complexities and identities begin to emerge. A second, more audience engaging strategy may be also to record oral histories in museums. How do we acknowledge that museum objects are not art pieces, but were used by communities as objects of worship, ritual, funerary, and even with emotions? Some were also objects of family heirlooms. How do we bring this knowledge back into the museum? In South Asia, there are various regional and traditional notions of the past encapsulated in ideas such as ideas of Kal, Yug, and Itihas Puran. How can we incorporate these stories into the academic versions of history told in museum spaces? One way forward may be found in digital technologies, where these classifications can be reorganized to suit native voices and viewpoints, and also provide accessibility of scholarship to people from different regions. Once the digital information from an artifact is produced and shared, the knowledge the artifact represents is no longer locked up in a single museum, but the knowledge process can be democratized by involving different voices. The question of repatriation is a tricky one and involves prolonged individual and diplomatic negotiations. For objects from the same geography and archaeological context, which may be scattered in museums around the world, advanced technologies can open up the possibility for sharing cultural heritage and creating alternate meanings for different groups of people. Moreover, it would also mean that cultural institutions need not hold on to controversial artifacts which ended up in museums as a result of imperialist greed. Decolonization does not simply mean doing away with as an institution, as some critics feel. Rather, we need to rethink and reformulate museum narratives so as to decolonize museum practices. So the need is not just to decolonize the museum, but also to decolonize museum practices. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shubhankar, for the slides.
Fantastic job. Wonderful presentation. I'm sorry that my camera has glitched, but I hope you can still hear me praising your presentation. So let's entertain some questions. Do we have any questions from the audience for Salila?
Or
Hello,
else,
sir.
okay, yeah, sure, go ahead.
I don't have questions specifically, but I have two, three observations actually. First of all, congratulating ma'am for having such a fantastic and such a novel topic presenting before us. And two, three things actually. A few days back, I was wondering about we know about the governors, the lieutenant governors like Hastings and all, how what they did to the Orientalism and what they did in this whole process of discovering art for India. But I was wondering what the district magistrates did, because they were also British and they were regarded as the steel frame of the administration. And ma'am started with the work of a district magistrate. So this actually opens up new avenues for research where we will know about the district magistrates of the British times. So I think this is very very interesting thing with which this whole presentation started. Secondly, this presentation opened up a new vista to look into the cultural colonialism. We talk about the economic aspect of colonialism, how the flight of capital, the flight of business, or the flight of money, but the flight of culture as well, where culture, the British took credit for certain cultural discoveries in India, and they put, as ma'am told, as in Orientalist tropes, as how they put the culture before us. It's our culture, but it's in through their eyes. So this
Exactly.
aspect of cultural colonialism is what came out very well through ma'am's work. Thirdly, I think both are important. Obviously, we should look into this art part as well as the devotional part, because the devotional part, as ma'am said, that we should not detach from the religious significance. This will help us to know the religious significance, the religious context of those times, as well as the art part will help us to know the artisans of those times. So I think a blend of both through further researches, through further alertness from the museums, because now we can't again displace from the museums to temples. I think it's not practically feasible. But from the museums part, the museum authorities, because now the country is independent, I think we hope more from our administrators who are Indians and not British to look into these aspects of work. Finally, in the midst of this is the Durga Puja time, And not just the colonizers, I feel even the people of this country have also made art a more important aspect, because if you see through the Durga Pujas throughout the West Bengal, that the themes that goes around in the puja pandals. Ma'am might be knowing if she has visited the Puja pandals in Bengal or in Tripura or Assam. That now people have more this consciousness for the art or aesthetic part, and not much to the pratima or to the murti, whom is actually worshipped during the puja. So even it's not just only the British, even the people themselves now, who have given more emphasis to this art and aesthetic part. Because yesterday it was the Chaturthi, and I went for this pandal hopping, and I saw this thing that no, the murti is quite secluded. People are looking into the artistic themes around in the pandals. And anyway, the Bodhan is tomorrow on Shashti, but nowadays the inaugurations are done on the Mahala. So it anyways shows that the more importance has been given to the rising population of this state, and the people are now having a tour of the pandals rather than the ritualistic part. So not just the colonials, I think even the people now, the common people, the common Indians, even they have also put more emphasis on this aesthetic or art part rather than a ritualistic framework. I hope ma'am continue with her work, and I actually hope ma'am actually put a report to the museum authorities on this, and so that they can actually alter their policies for a better understanding, for a better a release from a release either a religious point of view or from an artistic point of view. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilanjan, for your comments. It was really nice to hear it, and you've actually encouraged me also to look in new ways, because as you said, we always think of the governor generals and the viceroys making these very significant impacts. But what was happening at the district level by the officers, by the junior officers such as the district magistrates, that kind of data doesn't emerge. So thank you for bringing that to my notice as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure to hear you.
Thank you.
If we don't have any other questions, then we can go ahead with the next presentation. But before that, Sarila, just one small, not question access, but more of an observation with due permission from chairperson. That I recently visited Mussoorie. There was one Shohom Himalayan center, so which was more of a personal collection of museumization of certain, and that is, they have a huge collection. The two of people, I forgot their name, they are like partners. They kind of built that place, which is now become a tourist kind of a spot with ticket system and all. But one of the huge, in my, at least in my observation, one of the huge personal collection. So though your presentation is more into looking into the colonial kind of museumization, but if you can put a bit light on what is the scenario right now in India or maybe around the world about this idea of museumization as part of a personal collection, does it comes under a kind of governmental interventions into it, or these are like because the document they have a huge significance as per the history of the space is also concerned. So if you can put a bit light on the administrative side of it, like how does the thing work, if you have anything to say about that.
As in, how do personal collections work administratively?
Yeah.
I think they all have different ways of doing it, and also because different personal collections, private collections, have different focus of collecting. So some people collect it as things which they just enjoy looking at, as things which are very very dear to them. There are other collections or other personal collections where there people are either collecting certain kinds of objects. So for instance, there's the Terracotta Museum in Gurgaon, Professor Jyotiranjan's. Then there are painting collections. So the focus is different. The second aspect is that not all collections are open to public. So though I understand that people invest a lot of money into building these collections, but what also happens because of the lack of accessibility to personal collections, that if there are historical objects, then as I was saying that it's also loss of historical knowledge, right? And the other problem also, and for me, which I'm really concerned about, is that private collections lead to greater, art objects end up in gray markets, right, through smuggling, through illegal trafficking. So I think personal collections also in a way promote that, because the more you collect, the more objects
Yeah.
move around, right? So I think for me the biggest problem is the idea that it leads to more circulation, the idea that historical objects get these certificates of authenticity, and they fetch huge prices. But it also means that it's blocking accessibility to not just scholars, but also to people to whom these objects belong, because eventually these sculptures are all coming out from small temples in villages, and in small places. So it's also the loss of a ritual object which we are talking about. So yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for
Thank you
that.
so
Yeah.
much. Professor Koji, it's over to you. We can go ahead with the next presentation by Professor.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you so much again, Dr. Kushratra.
Thank you, Professor Kazi.
So good. And so now, we're going to move on to a subject that I think has been vexing many of us, and that is this notion of AI and the artificial intelligence in the humanities and the classroom too. So I'm going to introduce Professor Claire Warwick. She's a professor of digital humanities in the Department of English at Durham University, having been pro vice chancellor. Her research from the last 5 years includes, basically before coming to Durham, she was head of the UCL Department of Information Studies and director of the UCL Center for Digital Humanities. She began her career as a lecturer at Sheffield University's school. Her PhD from Cambridge was in English literature, followed by a postdoctoral position at Oxford University's Humanities Computing Unit and Faculty of English. So that's quite a nice pedigree there. So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Claire Warwick. And she's going to talk to us about, I'm sorry, apocalypse intelligence. Is AI really an existential threat to the arts and humanities?
Hello, everybody. Really pleased to be joining you today. I'm just going to try and share my screen. Hopefully that will work.
Do you know how to do that? You just click that box with the arrow that's facing upward, and then
hopefully that should.
You're in digital humanities. I'm sure you know better than we do.
Yeah, it's just I've never used this Google.
Me too. I know. Yeah.
It's just not letting me do anything at the moment. Let's see. Can you see this? No?
Yet not, Professor.
Okay, let me just get out of this. I'm going to come back. Sorry about this, everybody.
It's okay. We've all experienced it to our own degree.
It's just kind of the shared screen thing has now just grayed itself out and isn't letting me share at all, which is strange.
Do you have a document or PowerPoint that you could maybe
I
send
do, yeah.
Bunker?
Yeah, could I just send that to you? So who should I send
I'm
it
just
to?
putting my mail ID in the chat box. You can just copy it and send it to me quickly. Is that possible?
Okay, let me.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I posted it.
Okay, got you. Got you. Right, I'm just going to send it out.
He's our resident tech genius and mediator. So thank you so much.
Fantastic.
For helping.
Yeah, thank you. Because it's just not. Doesn't seem to like. Oh, hold on. This is a big
Usually,
file.
it also doesn't happen with Google Meet. It works fine, but I don't know. It's bad luck today, maybe.
It's very strange. Yeah, I'm just gonna compress this file because it's large. So. Okay, I'm going to try that again.
Did I pronounce your name correctly? Is it Warwick or Warwick?
Usually North Americans tend to say Warwick, but I'm quite happy to be Warwick or Warwick or whatever. Sorry, I'm having a few problems with this file.
Well, I just thought, I bet it's Warwick.
Yeah, in English terms, it does tend to be, but
Yeah.
you know, as I say, I'm not. I work with a lot of North American people, so it's not a.
So
It's
you're
not a
used to
problem
us
at all.
pronouncing the W.
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, I'm just going to try this again because it doesn't want to collapse the thing. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right, I am sending you this email now, so I'm hoping it's a big file, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that that comes over okay.
I'm just refreshing it.
Okay.
You have sent it, right, Professor?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay.
As I say, unfortunately, it's just a big file, so I did try and compress the images, but that's about as small as it's going to get, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Just checking it's definitely sent. Yeah, it definitely has gone. Just going to try once again and see if I can now share my screen.
Do that once if it is possible. One thing you might have to, if it is open right now, the PPT, you have to close it and reopen it, then try sharing. It might work then.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Yeah, sometimes that issue happen with Google Meet.
Okay. Well, I gotta. Okay, now let's see if we can. Nope, still won't. Unfortunately, has the email arrived with you yet?
Not yet, Professor. Actually, that's
okay. Well, to be honest, the email is sorry, the presentation is mostly.
I got it. Just.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Just give me a second.
I guess the AI didn't want you to share immediately.
Yeah, I guess it didn't. It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, I got it.
It was almost there.
Yeah, I guess it's visible now. Is it?
It was, but then it isn't. There it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, here we go.
Okay, Professor, go ahead. Just let me know when I have to change the slide. Yeah.
That's lovely. I mean, you can, if you want, you can put it on present. If you can put it on the full screen. If you
sometimes it doesn't show the changing slide, so that's also I'm scared of.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, we'll be fine like that as long as everyone can see it. Okay, great. So I should start anyway. So to everybody, I'm very sorry for that technical problem, but I will get going now. So today I'm going to talk about some of the questions that have been raised about the use of AI in cultural heritage. And if we could move to the next slide, please.
Yeah, sure.
What we can see here are two images of things that are may look completely dissimilar. So what you have in one case is a 17th century library, which is at the University of Durham, which is full of traditional and beautiful books. On the other hand, you have one small part of a supercomputing center. This happens to be at Rutgers University. We have a very similar one at Durham. And they seem entirely different, but what I would argue the connection between them is that they are both ways of trying to organize information. This library, we're now used to having books on shelves that are attached to walls, but it was a huge innovation at the time because it allowed people to browse and to try and work out what the contents of the library might be. So it is a 17th century information system, which was very sophisticated for its day, just as the use of high level computing, of high power computing, of AI now is. But just as that library was innovative in the 17th century, but we are now very used to being in libraries, so we are not yet used to the implications of AI, particularly in terms of what this might mean for arts and humanities subjects, because of course the books that are now in the Cousins Library, as it's called, are actual objects of study for students of the arts and humanities. My hope is to get them all digitized so that we can use digital resources to study them in a different way. That having been said, could we move to the next slide, please?
Sure.
The images of this kind of technology, literally, if we're looking at imagery, are at the moment often seen to be quite frightening. You can see here, you've got two images of kind of a robot hand using a phone. The idea that technology is these are stories in the press recently about AI, but the imagery that they're using is of something that's alien, that's almost of technology trying to take over the human function, the face, the hand, etc. So we have something that feels digital but not very human, and often some of the nature of the headlines has been talking about, is it possible that this will cause human extinction? Should AI be licensed? These were a few months ago. I was looking at these headlines around 6 months ago. But if you move to the next slide, please.
Yes.
What we can see on the next slide is that some of the more recent stories have begun to look a little bit more hopeful. There was a very interesting story in The Guardian a few days ago about ChatGPT saying, we've had this for a year and it turns out to be a little more, if you like, more human than we might think. We know it makes mistakes. We know it actually, if it doesn't know something, it makes things up, or it simply refuses you to tell you. It behaves, as one of my computer scientific colleagues was saying, a bit like a teenager. But what we can see here is that with these other two stories, where we have some ideas about that there may be hopeful aspects to AI, or we have a story about AI being removed from an eating disorder website because it was giving inappropriate advice, you can see that what's interesting is that we have pictures of humans here. We have pictures, in one case, we have pictures of a woman using a phone. In another case, simply a man against standing next to a building, it looks like. So where the stories become more, we have stories that are saying, well, AI maybe is controllable, it requires human intervention. We actually do have images of real human beings. And I think that's quite important. And I think it's important to bear that in mind as I move through my talk, because as we begin to think more in a more complex fashion about AI, we see that there is an important interface between the digital and the human. Could you move to the next slide, please?
Sure.
And this is important. It is important we don't simply knee-jerk and say AI is a computer scientific thing. It has nothing to do with arts and humanities. We should carry on reading our books in our libraries. It's simply, if we're talking about elements of cultural heritage, AI really is not a negotiable in terms of future use in cultural heritage. Not least because when we think about the sheer amount of born digital data at present, there is so much of it now that if we need to, you can technically keep all of this digital data. The keeping of it is not the problem, but the releasing of it is. So, for example, I recently had a talk by someone who is the first legal advisor to the National Archives in Washington, D.C. It's interesting that they have to have a legal advisor now. And he was talking about the problem of presidential archives from the Clinton administration onwards, where a lot of digital documents, such as emails, there are millions of emails being stored. But the idea of presidential archives has always been that they should be open to the public, that the information there can be consulted as to become part of the historical record. But of course, there may be material there that is highly sensitive in terms of national security. And so, of course, in the old days, when you had physical documents, archivists went through them all to review them. When you have a case of having millions of emails, it's simply not possible to do human review. So at the moment, all of these emails, all of these documents are in an archive, but they can't be released because they haven't been reviewed. So the whole idea of having an open and democratic access to these archives is not being fulfilled. And there are, you may imagine, there are some experiments to try and use AI, at least to help with the review process. And I think this is going to have to be something we have to come into contact with in future in terms of cultural heritage. It's interesting, though, that a project that I'll talk about a little further along is called the Linguistic DNA Project. And this is something where they've been working on, actually, interestingly enough, texts from the 17th century, digitized versions of some of the books that will be in that library that I showed you. And they have actually found that they were looking to use AI processes to understand these 17th century texts, a very large corpus of them. But what they've actually found is that the AI that they developed may be useful in precisely this sort of very large archive of digital documents that isn't catalogued. So they've been using this to look at things in the BBC archive. So this is a kind of interesting and not necessarily intended result of some cultural heritage research that was using AI. Excuse me. Could we have the next slide, please?
Sure.
I think one of the important functions of AI in terms of cultural heritage is literally this question of how can we see things differently. The two images you can see here are of two different digital humanities projects. One is called the Real Face of White Australia project, and you can see there numerous faces displayed on screen. And this is a way of interrogating the mid 20th century policy in Australia of only allowing people who were white to enter the countries as permanent residents. And what they're trying to do in this project is literally see whether that was true. So they've digitized, all of these thousands and thousands of photographs, and you can interrogate them using an AI search engine. And it actually, strangely enough, it humanizes this archive, because you can actually see these faces and see, well, how white was it really? And, how do we react to that presentation of race, and whether there is really any difference or not. Equally, the Living with Machines project is the other image you can see, which you can see has maps here in it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But what that is trying to do is take vast amounts of map data, historical maps, which have been digitized of the 19th century Britain, to try and understand how the landscape was affected by the growth of railways. Everybody is aware that railways were an extremely important phenomenon in terms of how the landscape changed, not just of course in the UK, but in across the world. But we don't really know exactly how that took place. We could, consult maps as humans, but if you've got 130,000 map sheets, which they have in this project, it's simply impossible to do that unless you had an army of different people looking at them. So that these are, different potential ways of letting us see cultural heritage, if you like. In a similar way, we can gain insight into historical documents via the use of AI. And these are two projects that have used automatic handwriting recognition on historical documents. So this is the Transcribe Bentham project at UCL, and also a project at Stanford called Stanford Global Currents, which is looking at medieval texts. What's interesting about these two, however, in terms of going back to thinking about this question of the presence of the human in and how it interacts with artificial intelligence, is that both of these sites use, as I said, artificial intelligence to try and aid the recognition of old handwriting, but both of them have also used crowdsourcing. In other words, which is sometimes known as citizen science. In other words, allowing, indeed encouraging people to contribute to community transcribing projects. Of course, Transcribe Bentham was one of the earliest and most important projects in cultural heritage, but this had been pioneered in science using the Zooniverse platform. But what this does is allow people, the previous speaker was talking about how digitizing cultural heritage objects makes them more available to a larger number of people, which it certainly does. But what transcription projects or crowdsourcing projects then do is allow people not only to see images of the artifacts, but interact with them by potentially transcribing handwriting in these cases. And this gives people access to their own heritage in a way that was previously unprecedented, in the sense that if you were, the only way you would have got to see Jeremy Bentham's original letters previous to this project was to actually go into the archive at UCL. And to do that, most people, it might have been archivists, it might have been historians, but most regular people would not have had access to these, never mind actually being able to transcribe the text. So this is, again, I think it's a very democratic process, but this also then feeds into the AI because, of course, it allows people to learn from what human transcribers are doing to create new models for artificial intelligence to transcribe. And this is what I mean in the sense that it is really important to understand that AI does not remove the human. At the moment, at least, AI is not sentient. It is not intelligent, really. We shouldn't really be calling it artificial intelligence because it isn't really intelligent. And if we come back to this project that I was talking about before, the linguistic DNA project, these are a couple of screenshots I took at a conference in the summer, and they're used with permission from the project. And this shows how they're using the AI to interrogate a very large corpus of 17th century documents. Now, what they're doing is they extract from them groups of 4 words, which they call quads. And they actually have millions of these quads that have been extracted using AI from these documents. But if we look at the list of quads you can see on the kind of table here, it's quite difficult as a person as just a regular person, unless you're an expert in this kind of area, to understand what these might mean. What do they indicate? And that's the point. The machine will produce the quads, but human interpretation is then required by historians to understand what's going on in these documents. turns out that actually what these quads imply is that this is from these are from almanac texts, which were about understanding both the weather, but of course also the link to planetary activity. And these were quite a popular form in the 17th century in England. I had no idea about this, but it turns out that the person who is the leader of the project is an expert in these kind of 17th century scientific writings. And so, of course, she was able to understand what these groups, strange, slightly oddly related groups of four words mean and why they're significant. And you can actually see the text that which they're taken from in the other screenshot. So what we can see is that this is if you like, an extension of human intelligence, but it requires, to make sense of what people are seeing, it requires human expertise in that particular historical milieu. Could we have the next slide, please?
Yes.
Sorry, could I have the next slide, please? Sorry, the next one.
Oh,
What are the things? Why am I showing you a picture of a horse? Well, because one of the arguments about AI put forward in Stuart Russell's group, very, very interesting book, Human Compatible, which is about the potential future of intelligent AI. He argues that, we need to think about the implications of intelligent AI, because otherwise the fate of humans is going to be very much that of the horse, which was used in 19th century society, of course, for vast amounts of transport and other kinds of work. But now really his argument is, well, what a horse is useful for these days, basically meat. If you eat horse meat, of course, which I actually don't. I would argue that he's entirely wrong in this, because it turns out that a number of horses, certainly in the European continent, Western Europe potentially, in the 20th and 21st centuries, per head of population is still really very, very large, because people actually just enjoy riding horses. And this is a picture of a very old horse, who I used to own. This is not me riding him over a very large jump. That's the previous owner. But he lived to a very great age and enjoyed his life, which he probably wouldn't have done had he been a beast of burden. So the point being that we need to think about, just as horses have survived, instead of being a beast of burden, to be something that we enjoy working with and we enjoy riding. So we need to think about, well, potentially AI has the possible benefit of allowing us and helping us to enjoy things that make our lives more meaningful, such as cultural heritage, such as literature or art, for example. The next slide, please. We have an image of something that one of my PhD students has been looking at, where she's been actually using AI techniques to understand how museums have been using digital technologies to present remote exhibitions or to present material in digital form. And what's really interesting here is that what she shows is that despite the fact that there is a peak of this during the pandemic years, for obvious reasons, since that people couldn't go to museums in physical terms, since the pandemic, actually, people have been using digital material about museums very much less. And because, in effect, we have a kind of, how shall I put it, an emotional connection with going to visit physical objects in a museum. And while it's great to be able to look at a digitized image of a museum object online, if we need to, if we can't get to the museum, if the distance is too great, most people do enjoy actually visiting museums and interacting with displays in a social way. And you can literally see this in terms of the way that interactions with digital material in museums have gone back down again since the pandemic. So again, we see that we have the human emotional element of interaction with museum objects. Could you have the next slide, please? I think also one of the things that some of my students were talking about actually yesterday when we were discussing this is, if we're interacting with digital material, it's very good in a kind of quantitative way to find out, how many times Shakespeare says the word shall or what have you. But the emotional element of interacting with a text is completely absent, because museums are not designed, machines are not designed to be emotional. So, for example, here I've used some generative AI. I put in put the terms Durham University digital curation here, because that was a thing that I was presenting about for another talk. And you can see that what it's come up with here are completely abstract pictures, and they're not meaningful at all. It hasn't been able to process these relatively concrete terms, except in the idea of producing abstract art. There's no in a sense, these are very soulless images. And so I put these here just to sort of underline this idea that we might say, yes, of course, artificial intelligence can produce art. Sure, it can. But is it the kind of art that anybody wants to interact with? Songwriters have already said, well, yes, artificial intelligence can produce songs, but are they as emotionally meaningful as songs that humans write? Well, at least not at the moment, they're not. So I guess what I'd like to finish with is, this is another slide from, sorry, could the next slide, please? This is another slide from a conference that I was recently at. Ironically enough, this is a digital humanities conference, and yet, as you can see, people were presenting very much physically. This was a presentation on digital newspapers and looking at the way that news moved across the world using a big corpus of digital newspapers. But what you can see is here that the reason we could have watched this presentation online, but those of us who were able to be there were there, because you can see there I am sitting at the back of the room, and you can see this map projected onto the screen and people actually taking images of it on their digital cameras. So I think, while it's wonderful that we're able to be present at this this conference in India, well, I can be present in this conference in India from thousands of miles away, and that is wonderful. We haven't put an end to people's wish to come together, even if we're presenting material that is very, very similar, and that may be the product of the use of AI, because humans are social, because we're interested in cultural heritage artifacts as beautiful things, as emotionally connective things, as things that lead to social engagement, and are productive of potentially more and fascinating analysis, but also they need to be discussed with other humans in a human setting. So really, I think that presents some of the potentially the most ideal ways of seeing AI as an adjunct to what we can do as humans, as a very powerful tool, but not in the end as apocalyptic as it might have been feared. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know that there's a lot of stimulation in the audience just for that very interesting presentation, Dr. Warwick. And I think that some of us may be concerned, not that it's apocalyptic, maybe that we're projecting that far into the future, into some eschatological wasteland. But I think maybe some people in the audience may be concerned that that AI, or as you're saying, it's not even really intelligent yet, but that what we're calling AI is encroaching into our classrooms in the form of students writing papers using Chat GPT or whatever, and therefore they're relying on these programs that are created by humans, right? But then taking us even further away from the human in a sense by creating these very human seeming essays that then supposedly pass for their work. I think that's one of the crises that some people may be curious about. So what do you think about that? How would you address that concern?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, of course, that concerns us. I mean, I think, of course, we are beginning to see this kind of thing. But I think what's fascinating, and I think that's why that article in The Guardian was so interesting about, what do we know about ChatGPT, is we can see that, of course, it can be used to create essays, but the way it interacts, I'm doing some research at the moment on 17th century poetry and using various different AI tools, one of them being ChatGPT. The way it interacts with a poem, it will tell you what this poem is about potentially, but it sometimes gets things wildly wrong. It sometimes makes things up. It sometimes exaggerates. But what it doesn't really do is engage in detail with the text.
Right.
And what we're finding is that we have unfortunately had students passing off. I know there have been cases at mine and other universities where students have tried to pass off work as their own, and it's been used with ChatGPT. And what we can see is it will produce, something that's an essay, but is it a good essay? Not particularly.
Not yet.
There's a sort of so I think what we need to be thinking about in that sense is, yes, of course it can be used, but we're actually, one of the courses that I teach at Durham called Literature and the Internet, we're actually openly talking to the students about this and saying, yeah, let's put some questions through ChatGPT. Let's see what it produces. How is this different from human literary criticism? What would you do with this? Could you start with this and change it? I think it's a tool. I think we have to be very open about it and say, yes, of course, we understand the temptation, but how can you use it legitimately and effectively?
Right. And at the moment, that's why I think your term apocalyptic is interesting. It's not very well done, though you can see that sometimes the responses just don't seem to click just right. There's just something off about them. But at the same time, I'm concerned that in time they will polish themselves into a more presentable, passable, kind of project or product. We have several really nice comments in the chat. Speaking of chat, not GPT, and so let's address some of those if you wouldn't mind. So let's see.
Ma'am,
yes.
I'm Dr. Partha Saruthi. So, ma'am, it's a nice presentation and new ideas have been incorporated. So, my point is, ma'am, do you think that the artificial intelligence and all these will, develop to such an extent that humanity will be replaced? Is there any crisis? How do you look into that?
I think this is what some of the computer scientists who actually began to create AI, I think they are worried about this, potentially. You usually find...
I think that great scientist, brief Stephen Hawking has already, had the apprehension that a day will come when humanity will be replaced by artificial intelligence. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, there is. As I say, I know that there are some people, particularly in terms of some people who are very expert in AI, who have expressed such fears. This is where that book I was talking about called Human Compatible is a very interesting book, because the author of that does look at these questions, and he fears that this indeed may happen. But I think one of the things, if we go back to Dr. Kazi's question about the use of ChatGPT, these things may become and will become more sophisticated, but at least at the moment, they are determined by the way humans train them. So, for example, why does ChatGPT make things up when it doesn't know? That's something it's been trained to do by humans. Why would you train a machine to make things up, to lie, in effect?
Right.
So, I think one of the vital things that we need to do at the moment is look at these questions of bias in AI and look at how they're trained, look at the implications of what we are doing to create these AIs now. Whether it will ever come to the apocalyptic measure, I do not know. But there are some people that are worried about it, but I think that the most vital thing is that we think about how it is trained, and to try and deal with that potential problem.
So let me ask you a few of the questions from chat. One of them is the over-reliance on AI eroding creativity?
That's very interesting. Again, I think people were tempted to do so when the generative AI first came out, but I think the more people use it, the more they realize that it's a different kind of, it literally generates things. But what it generates, as I demonstrated with some of those sort of apparent art objects, just don't seem to quite have the emotional appeal of what is created by humans. So yes, I think there is a danger of purely relying on AI, because it doesn't appeal to our very complex emotional brains in the way that it interacting with something human created does. We don't know why that is the case, but it is the case that people react in a very different way emotionally to digital things than they do to physical things. So yeah, I think that is a danger and something that we need to be aware of.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, because, and I don't want to be inappropriate or crass, but Photoshop or airbrushing has been around for decades. And so people who appear to be very beautiful and flawless have actually been altered already, through the years. And we all know that we aren't as flawless in our skin and our appearance as the advertising agencies would have us believe. So in a sense, we are used to artificiality in our culture, right? Another thing, though, that I find to be very amusing and actually really interesting are these AI generated songs that are not the Beatles, but they sure sound like the Beatles. And as a Beatles, I'll just say it, freak, I love those. So I get a kick out of those songs. And I know that it's not Paul. I know it's not John. I know it's not George. It couldn't be. But I also like that that Paul and Ringo have resurrected the one song Now and Then that John left behind, and then George and the rest of the three who were still alive, they did put together a song that now, because of Peter Jackson's AI technology, has stripped away the noise. So we are going to get a new Beatles song by the end of the year. And it's a real Beatles song. It's not an AI generated Beatles song. But I'm just letting you know that I find that those AI generated songs are actually kind of compelling, but I would never let them replace the catalog of the real Beatles.
I think that's really fascinating to hear you say that. I mean, yeah, and I think that what you've talked about the song and the use of AI and to take out the noise and things like that. I mean, to me, that's an absolutely ideal sense of the way that we as humans can use technology to interact with culture, and that to me seems a perfect mixture. And I think it's interesting. It's kind of like, okay, many of us enjoy, let's say, going to a concert, going to see a band live, or we might enjoy a sporting event live. Doesn't mean we wouldn't watch it on the TV if we can't get to the live event, but we just know it's not, the atmosphere won't be the same. So I think these are things that we have a whole repertoire of the use of different technologies in our lives, and one doesn't necessarily replace the other. It just gives us different options, sometimes rather too many options, but it gives us different ways of interacting with what we enjoy.
Yeah, and most people are aware of the music group ABBA, from Sweden, and they produced 40 years later an entire concert where they were augmented by AI, to where it's not really them on stage, but it's their hologram kind of, and it's them looking 40 years younger, but it's really them performing, but it's not their actual bodies that are doing it. So yeah, you're right. It's I like the hopefulness of what you're mentioning in your presentation, because it's not as dire as like apocalyptic in the term that you're using. Do we have any other questions? I see that one of them was kind of an interesting. It's not a stupid question, but Pratibha says, but do we need to be afraid of AI or humans?
Well, yeah, isn't that the point? I mean, I think we need to be very afraid of humans. I mean, humans do enormous damage. I mean, if we think about the climate crisis, etc., that wasn't the result of technology. That's been the result of humans. And if anything's going to make us extinct as humans at the moment, I think it might be the climate crisis before artificial intelligence gets us, if you see what I mean. But yeah, absolutely. Why does AI have biases? Why can AI sometimes be racist or sexist? Because it's been trained on material produced by humans who are racist and sexist, unfortunately. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We can't divorce this from the negative aspects of humanity as well as the positive aspects.
And I think we answered just in our discussion Atri Majumdar's question or kind of observations about does it have to be distinctly oppositional? And I think obviously just the few illustrations we've mentioned show that it's not always oppositional. But Atri, do you want to add anything to that conversation, since you're the one who couched it in those terms?
No, sir. I just wanted to know. Thank you, madam, for the brilliant presentation. I just wanted to know about it entails an ontological problem, because if we assimilate AI into the human identity and look at it in optimistic terms, then what the question of agency arises. Are we willingly giving away our agency to machines, or are we creating different categorical impositions for reconceiving a distinct identity, for preserving a human identity that you mentioned about the emotional aspects? So are we suppressing our emotional aspects and putting our faith in a rationality that is not essentially human? So what are the ontological implications?
Yeah, I mean, those are really, really important questions, and not anything that I can answer very quickly. I mean, obviously, these are very, very important questions and things that people have been grappling with for a long time. So, Donna Haraway's Cyborg Manifesto, she was talking about a lot of these issues way back in the 1980s in a way that, actually is still really fascinating today. Equally, I find what's interesting, precisely these questions about how does human consciousness compare to robot consciousness? How does emotion work? How does irrationality work? Weirdly enough, this is actually productive of further art. So, for example, Clara and the Sun, Kazuo Ishiguro's fascinating novel about this, he is interrogating a lot of these questions, as are films such as Her, But equally, George Bernard Shaw was looking at this kind of issue in Pygmalion in the early 20th century. So yeah, I mean, I think these questions about how does human consciousness and machine consciousness, I mean, H.G. Wells, for example, there's a lot of, it's productive of an awful lot of art and literature, this question, but absolutely nothing that we can quickly decide. But that's why it's such a fascinating question.
And this isn't just going back 100, 150 years. It goes all the way back to Ovid and Metamorphoses, and you even invoked Pygmalion. I mean, there's art versus the sculptor who falls in love with his own creation and is rewarded with the child. Another important question that was raised was this notion of the digital divide, and so where does digital humanity stand in a country of digital divide like India? Mumita Bala says, and of course India isn't alone in I mean, even the United States of America has a digital divide, right? Everywhere where there is digitization has the divide as well. So what would be your response to that, Dr. Ward?
Yeah, that's a really important question, and you're absolutely right that in many nations, even in, as you say, nations such as the US or the UK, there is a digital divide. We saw this during COVID lockdowns, where people from more deprived backgrounds, children from more deprived backgrounds, found it very difficult to learn online during lockdowns because their families simply did not have the kit, the resources at home. But of course, in India, this is literally a vast problem given the size of the population. I think these questions about how do we work with minimal compute, how, there is a real question of technological privilege. Computing is expensive. It costs money, but it's also expensive in terms of the damage to the environment. These large language models are vastly pollutive. So there is a lot of interest in digital humanities about how this looks, how this affects digital divides, and that we can't always think about digital humanities from the point of view of the privileged. I think there's a lot of really interesting work. Actually, there is a growing digital humanities community in India itself, and there's a lot of very interesting work that seems to be going on about these questions about how do you, because of course in India, as I know that there's some, very, very highly digitally privileged elites in India, but also the divide potentially therefore is even more serious. So yeah, again, this is not a bit like machine consciousness. This is not a question that is easily solved, but I think it's something that we must very much be aware of and not assume that we always take the view of the digitally privileged, or that we always go for something that is environmentally damaging, just because the computing might be powerful.
You're right. And, one of the questions that Autry also brought into the conversation was these ontological implications. But whether or not you're on one side of the divide or the other, the implications are profound on both sides.
Yeah, yeah.
How are we doing on time, Subhankar?
Yeah, so we kind of at the end of this session now, and I cannot but thank Professor Kwesi for staying so long and also joining at such a late time in your place. From on behalf of the conference team and obviously on behalf of the New Literaria and the Central University of Rajasthan, I thank you enough for joining with us, giving a fascinating lecture as well as chairing this session. I also thank Professor Clara Warwick for his fascinating lecture, Professor Salila Kulapitra for her talk on museums. And so we can call this session off, and I will hand it over to Momita, who will go ahead with the next session with two speakers. Yeah. So thank you very much, Professor.
Beautiful, wonderful. Thank you again, and it's been a real pleasure and privilege. Thank you. And thanks again to you, Dr. Warwick, for a wonderful presentation too. Thank you again, Subhankar.
Thanks very much. It's been a pleasure.
I'm going to go to bed. You guys have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Momita, you there? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay. Can I go ahead?
It's sure.
Okay, okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Uh, so this is so on the behalf of New Literaria Journal, I welcome you all to the 2 days international conference organized by New Literaria in collaboration with Central University of Rajasthan. So I am really delighted and honored to introduce Professor Salila Kulashrestha ma'am, who will be chairing this session. So Professor and she was also the keynote speaker. We have heard her. So Salila Kulashrestha is a visiting assistant professor of history and art history at New York University, Abu Dhabi. She received her PhD in history from the Center for Historical Studies, JNU, New Delhi. Salila has been Sivdasani Fellow at the Oxford Center of Hindu Studies, University of Oxford in 2018. She has taught at undergraduate levels in India and the USA, and she has also worked as the assistant keeper at the Dr. Bhaudaji Lad Mumbai City Museum, Mumbai, and on issues of urban heritage and heritage education with the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. She is the author of the book From Temple to Museum, Colonial Collection and Uma Mohessara Icon in Middle Ganga Valley. She has recently co-edited the Routledge Handbook of Hindu Temples, and her research interests include religious iconography and temple spaces in South Asia, colonial archaeology, history of museums, material culture, and religious history of the Indian Ocean. So her current research project studies shrines and ancient sailing routes in the Western Indian Ocean. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being present in this session, for being present for such a long time. I now hand you over this platform to you.
Thank you so much, Mamita. And I'm really enjoying the conference, and I really enjoyed the paper on by Professor Warwick on AI. Moving on to the next session, we have two speakers here. We have Dr. Smita Jha and Dr. Srijata Paul. Our first speaker for this session is Dr. Smita Jha, who's working as a...
Salila, just sorry to
Yeah.
intervene. There is a sudden change because of the schedule. So
Oh.
Srijata will present first, then we'll go ahead with.
Okay. Okay,
Sorry.
Shubhankar,
Sorry.
thanks for letting me know. Okay, so as Shubhankar said, so we are flipping it a little bit. So we have Dr. Srijata Paul with us. Dr. Srijata Paul is an assistant professor of English at Shiv Nadar Institution of Eminence in Delhi NCR region. Her research and writing largely revolve around utopian and science fiction, gendered Muslim selves and intellectual networks, women-centric Bollywood cinema, and South Asian content on OTT platforms. So some things which we really enjoy watching. The topic of her presentation today is the future childless, pregnancy and motherhood in recent American cli-fi. And she will be integrating whether framing ecological crisis through maternal rhetoric renders the issue on ethical rather than a political one, calling for individual accountability as opposed to collective action. So, are we holding women responsible for things which are going wrong? So, over to you, Dr. Paul. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks so much, Dr. Kulshrestha. I'm not sure why my picture, I've tried to turn it on, the video, it doesn't seem to be working, but you're able to hear me clearly, yes?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, we can hear you very well, yeah.
Well, all right, then you'll just have to do without my pretty face, but I have the talk prepared, so let's just go ahead. Thanks so much to the organizing committee for having me today, and thanks so much for putting together this wonderful schedule. I'm very happy to be here. But let's launch straight into it because I know we have another speaker and I don't want to take more time. So, is the future childless, pregnancy and motherhood in recent American cli-fi? Climate fiction or cli-fi, a subgenre of science fiction that has gained phenomenal popularity in the 21st century, centralizes rising global temperatures, changing weather patterns, and endangerment of species, including our own. It is especially well positioned to juxtapose environmental racism against reproductive justice and point out how these connect to a pro life, anti woman conservatism in the context of the 2022 judgment overturning Roe versus Wade, the landmark 1973 ruling affirming constitutional rights to abortion in the United States. CLIFI then captures parallels between the treatment of certain natural resources as economically valuable against the protection of nature itself as unprofitable, and an unreservedly commendatory discourse of motherhood against increasingly dogmatic legal measures that limit women's reproductive control. Now, mothers depicted in CLIFI include Mother Earth and Mother Nature, in addition to mothers indexed by biological and constructed kinship relations. This paper focuses on three American CLIFI novels published in the past 10 years, which delineate a generative configuration of such mothers. Edan Lepuki's California, published in 2014, Diane Cook's The New Wilderness, published 2020, and Sarah Blake's Clean Air, published in 2022. In California, a pregnant Frida and her husband Cal flee a crumbling Los Angeles sometime in the 2050s to ultimately reach the Land, a settlement built around what was once a Wild West heritage village where ominously there are no children. In Cook's novel, the protagonist Bea and her daughter Agnes are involved in a scientific experiment on human survival in the last remaining wilderness, and Clean Air is set a decade after the turning of 2032, the year the trees released so much pollen that the air became unbreathable, and only a small fraction of humanity survived to build a prosperous and crime free society until now. A murderer appears and can only be stopped by Isabel, mother to 4-year-old Cammy, who sleep talks in real time during each murder. So the above mentioned novels foreground maternal ambivalence, anxiety, guilt, and abandonment in the backdrop of climate catastrophes, thereby framing failures to live up to the myth of the good mother within the ecological failure of Mother Earth to function as an available resource solely dedicated to the survival of human life. In the process, these novels critique the reductive construction of women as mothers and the subsequent identification of maternity with the non human environment that Catriona Sandilands has termed motherhood environmentalism and Sherilyn McGregor has termed eco maternalism. Now, Sandilands outlines how such a discourse automatically and uncritically equates women and nature through the lens of victimhood at the hands of masculinist ideologies. And McGregor exposes how it overburdens women with an ethical approach to socio ecological as well as social relationships that can solve the ecological crisis. In line with these insights, Lepuki, Cook, and Blake's novels do not endorse a facile transition from paradigms of ecophobia to those of feminized notions of care in environmental ethics. Environmental ethics, on the whole, is deeply reliant on a parental rhetoric of posterity. This turns on heteronormative reproductive futurity, fetal personhood, and dynastic continuity. Notably, the novels in question debunk such futurity not through queer characters or through non heteronormative family units, but through heterosexual pregnancy and motherhood. In thus rewriting the ecological family romance, they endorse birthing and child rearing as elective prototypes that can help conceptualize affinitive ecological selves better prepared to combat climate crises. Now, California, the New Wilderness, and Clean Air have been variously read as post apocalyptic dystopias, demo dystopias, and literature of the Anthropocene. I, of course, read them as climate fiction. While the differences between these subgenres are subtle, a discussion of the process of categorization foregrounds how each lends itself to questions of environmental destruction and its gendered responses. While the plots of all three novels take place in the aftermath of ecological disasters, only Clean Air attributes its post apocalyptic setting to a singular event, the turning. On the other hand, Lepuki and Cook depict gradual declines in ecological resources and the loss of meaningful cultural institutions. So, freak weather events coincide in their novels with depressed economies and failing healthcare systems that make cities uninhabitable. The effects of lack of access to reproductive health care are particularly poignant in both, as I will show in the next section of this talk. The term demo dystopia, coined by Anton Kugiston and elaborated by Andrea Domingo, refers to fictional texts that bemoan an apparent expansion of our species beyond the carrying capacity of the planet. Connecting such worrying demographic trends to the rise of densely crowded cities governed by authoritarian regimes and alienated from nature. The New Wilderness, more than the other novels, portrays this kind of valorization of an aspiration for a non urban, so called natural lifestyle to escape the dangers of living in an overcrowded and heavily polluted city. Karen underscores how demo dystopias have been of great interest to feminist writers because demographic questions turn on reproduction. In this context, she mentions Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, published in 1985, which I'm sure we've all heard of, and which is a seminal work of this subgenre of demo dystopia. She's of the opinion that Atwood's novel demonstrates how a flourishing population and individual reproductive rights are antitheses. Offred, the protagonist, who is captured and routinely exploited for her fertility, establishes contact with an underground insurgency on her supervised walks to the market. One of the insurgency's primary goals is to ensure passage of survivors from the Republic of Gilead to the Canadian wilderness, here figured as a freer space in relation to gender norms and reproductive autonomy. In California, in contrast, the wilderness is a space of rigid gender normativity as practiced through discrete hunter and gatherer roles and of guided reproductive surveillance and self surveillance. The theory of the Anthropocene, popularized by Paul J. Crutzen and Eugene F. Sturmer in 2000, proposes that the Earth has entered a new geologic phase post the Holocene, which is marked by the irreversible impact of humans on nature. In eco-critical circles, however, the Anthropocene has been received as a cultural concept rather than a geological one. For instance, Christophe Bonnouille and Baptiste Resson describe the shock of the Anthropocene as an event that generates new narratives, creative forms, and modes of behavior as it enables humans to reflect upon their environmental and political accountability. Timothy Morton goes a step further and remarks on how the term ought to mark the end of human domination over nature and allow the emergence of non-human agency. Clean Air embodies such agency through Kami's possession by a yokai, a non-human spirit in Japanese mythology, in the form of an elm tree in this case. Demographic concerns are underscored in a different way in the Anthropocene by considering whether procreation is indeed compatible with the future well-being of a species. As Adeline Johns-Putra puts it, I quote, obviously, the simple generation of a species depends on the continued reproduction of that species. But in a world of limited resources, uncontrolled procreation just as easily heralds extinction. End quote. Now, while concerns about human overpopulation are not new and were in fact rampant in the 1960s and 1970s, they are now part of the environmentalist agenda alongside concerns about resource sustainability and carbon emissions. In fact, demo dystopias in the Anthropocene explicitly ask if parenthood is an act of willful environmental degradation. California certainly seems to imply it is. Lepuki's novel projects parenthood as a selfish luxury only affordable to those who inhabit the corporate-sponsored capital C communities. The same is also true of Clean Air to a certain extent, where the majority of toddlers and the aged are killed off in the turning, and it is only when society is masked up and running again that parenthood becomes a possibility once more. The novels of Lepuki, Cook, and Blake do not inhabit the categories of post apocalyptic dystopia or demo dystopia evenly. In fact, Clean Air cannot really be pigeonholed as either, since the society it upholds is utopian as a result of its low population. On the other hand, Clean Air approximates literature of the Anthropocene through its depiction of multi species interaction, where California and the New Wilderness are decidedly anthropocentric in their focus. The subgenre of climate fiction can more comfortably encompass all these novels since their resource constrained environments and breakdown of medical and cultural infrastructure can be attributed to climate catastrophes. In addition, their classification as cli-fi allows me to explore the representation of their female protagonists' bodies as fetal environments to be controlled, commodified, fetishized, and mourned against loss of human control over the natural environment. California can be read as an argument for individual reproductive rights in the face of overpopulation and a corroboration of the extent to which any decision to have children is as self interested a choice as not having any. The plot covers the length of Frida's pregnancy as she and Cal leave an unlivable LA behind to initially embrace a life in the wilderness. The key to survival here is modeled by the Miller family, who have embraced a gendered hunter gatherer lifestyle and who look forward to a future of pastoral abundance and peace, supposedly guaranteed by children. They believe, I quote, their children would mark the beginning of a new and better species, start the world over, end quote. And they encourage others to follow their lead. The wife, Sandy, educates Frida about her natural reproductive power and advises her to use it to have children. To aid the process, she teaches Frida to chart her menstrual cycle by the phases of the moon, and Frida begins to imbibe this kind of reproductive self surveillance. Frida's ignorance of such cycle mapping can be explained by her previous reliance on more quote unquote artificial means of keeping pregnancy and childbirth at bay through the contraceptive pill. After the Millers are found dead, Cal and Frida journey to the land in search of a community that will care and provide for them and their future child. The land, however, practices a strict regime of reproductive surveillance for containment of population out of concern about the energy demands of parenting, children's use of resources without contribution to labor in return, the health risks of parturition to both mothers and babies, and the difficulty of both keeping older children safe and ensuring that they adhere to its strict social order. Frida had earlier hoped that childbirth would mean acceptance into a community looking to thrive, like the Millers had wanted to. In fact, her intention to proffer to the community a turkey baster that she had retained as a keepsake is a stand in for her wish to proffer to them her child as well, since turkey basters are associated in the popular imagination with non institutionalized artificial insemination. Now, however, Frida contemplates terminating the pregnancy if it means they might be exiled from the land. Lepuki writes in rhetoric that is eerily reminiscent of ongoing debates around abortion in the United States. I quote, if Frida could see the fetus as something inhuman, then she might be able to rid herself of it. End quote. In thus commodifying Frida's pregnancy, the novel both resists fetal personhood and critiques the rationale behind the parental rhetoric of posterity. Frida chooses to keep the baby and is forced to flee the land for a capital C community. The relative wealth of this community, derived from the exploitation of outposts such as the land, highlights the luxury that is parenthood, and I might add gender equity, in the context of limited resources. The drudgery of technologically unaided life is as much a part of the narrative of the new wilderness as in California. Unlike California, however, the protagonist's interaction with the wilderness state in Cook's novel is regulated by strict rules and guidelines. Unlike Cal and Frida, who make it up as they go, the volunteers for the study in the new wilderness must remain nomadic and are prohibited from becoming a sedentary agricultural society. Cook thus seems to be parodying the Leave No Trace movement of the 1970s, its underlying assumption that settled agricultural life inevitably ruins the environment, and its influence on wilderness tourism and conservation. Again, like California, the New Wilderness critiques various myths of motherhood and is interested in depicting a more realistic picture of mothering within a severely resource starved environment, especially in the context of lack of access to institutionalized reproductive health care. The novel, in fact, begins with Bea suffering a miscarriage. Cook writes, I quote, "The truth was, Bea hadn't wanted the baby. It would have been wrong to bring her into this world." End quote. Bea here contributes an insight into the constitution of a robust notion of reproductive control, which includes having access to legal contraception and abortion, as well as the means to bear and raise healthy, wanted children in terms of economic prosperity as well as ecological sustenance. Later, Bea reflects that in her time, no one trains to be an OBGYN anymore. This implies that not only has the right to give birth attended by a physician been taken away, but also the right to other types of gynecological health care. Bea's wilderness lifestyle then bears striking similarities to the gendered healthcare plight in different parts of the US today. Now, Bea, like Frida, is tied to material comforts and her comfort zone in the city. This is symbolized strongly in her retention of a pillow she brings to the wilderness and hides in a tree trunk. It is also symbolized in Bea's, and in a larger sense, the community's reliance on textual authority in the form of maps and the manual handed to them by the rangers of the wilderness state. In contrast, her daughter Agnes refuses to defer to textual authority and instead seeks the legibility of the physical world. The maps, she thinks, are sometimes faulty and sometimes deliberately misleading, and she follows the animals to find walkable trails through the forest and safe sources of water. This local mimicry eventually translates into an understanding of her smallness within the vast wilderness and an uplifting sense of being just another animal within that multi species ecosystem. Marco Caracciolo asserts that this understanding is no mere conceptual or rational apprehension, but an extended form of somatic attunement. While Bea manages to become a skilled survivalist, she lacks Agnes's embodied insight and ultimately cannot make space for herself within this non anthropocentric world. Bea's failure in this respect also prefigures her inability to commodify or fetishize her daughter as the discourse of the ecological family romance demands. Agnes, though initially needing care for her respiratory illness and necessitating the family's escape from the city, ultimately thrives in the wilderness in her mother's absence. Agnes's becoming animal is mirrored in the process of becoming mother. At the fag end of the narrative, she is forced by rangers to leave the wilderness and takes with her the young girl, Fern. Having unofficially adopted a daughter, she successfully imparts her somatic knowledge to Fern, as we learn in the epilogue, which features Agnes as first person narrator, while the whole novel had alternately focalized her and her mother. Agnes describes Fern being, I quote, inquisitive as she wanders around the apartment in the city, as though it is just another wilderness to explore, a thing to become part of. End quote. Both Bea and Agnes then come to accept that maternal love is complicated, confusing, and never a guarantee of ensuring the survival of one's child. Rather, mothering is an ongoing process of becoming, and always in the context of shifting environments and circumstances. The post apocalyptic situation in clean air is vastly different from those in California and the new wilderness. Its keynote is urban techno optimism. Cities are built out of the rubble of the turning by robots and dotted with plastic dome houses. Crops are also sown by robots in suburban areas, and everyone receives a basic income. So 2042 in the novel is marked by a wealth of common resources and the eradication of violent crime. The assumption is that crime has gone virtually extinct since going outside is impossible without the right equipment. There is no acknowledgement of intimate partner violence or marital rape, where gendered and sexual violence seems to have escaped Blake's imagination. Perinatal and postpartum mood disorders, especially the prolonged nature of such disorders, appear front and center. The protagonist Isabel is an imperfect mother, not just because she is the victim of such disorders, but also because she problematizes traditional expectations regarding motherhood and sexuality. Guilt, sex, and death all intertwine in Isabel's psyche, as Carolina Toscano shows. Isabel blames herself for not being able to save her mother when she was dying and for failing to protect Cammy from imminent dangers ranging from heartbreak to the killer's rampage. Alone in the privacy pods at the mall, while writing letters to her daughter and the killer, she is plagued with the suspicion that, I quote, she and the killer might not be so different. Why can't she appreciate this clean new world? Why is she the only one bothered by its artificiality? End quote. Eventually, she compares the killer's actions to doctors losing their patients or children making medical decisions about their aging parents and concludes that, I quote, we are all going to be held accountable for some amount of death at some point in our lives. End quote. Building on this perception, she associates the darkness within her with that of the killer, even going so far as to include him in her sexual fantasies. Whereas the new wilderness employs focalization to give the reader access to Agnes's becoming animal, Clean Air plays on suspense surrounding Cammy's transcorporeal connection with the elm yokai, which allows her to sleep talk about the killer's activities. While Agnes is aware of the non anthropocentric and multi species ecosystem of her surroundings in Cook's novel, non human agency remains an unrealized potential in the story. In Blake's novel, in contrast, non human agency is endowed with a concrete shape and voice through the trees that bring about the turning in general and the spirit which possesses Cammy in particular. Reminiscent of Agnes's sheltering and nurturing of Fern is Isabel's institutionalized adoption of Jana, a young girl whom she saves after the killer slashes open her family's dome, killing her parents. While the decision to birth Cammy was a long and carefully considered one, Jana's adoption is an immediate and visceral reaction to difficult circumstances. Blake's narrative then suggests that this adoption is both informed by and a possible remedy for Isabel's complex relationship with grieving daughterhood and imperfect motherhood. So, the sci-fi novels discussed above, by problematizing motherhood, environmentalism, and eco-maternalism, take a crucial step in decoupling environmental crises and possible resolutions from maternal rights and activities. However, these novels restrict the range of political responses available to patriarchal and environmental violence by rendering the question of reproductive autonomy an individual and ethical one rather than a collective and administrative one. Moreover, this individualistic and ethical framework also fails to address the disparity between the vast intergenerational and interspecies concerns demanded by environmental crises. Where the novels fail to drive the point home, then, is to acknowledge the relationship between the well being of individual bodies and that of a social body and an ecosystem, such that collective action be undertaken to ensure more egalitarian, ecocentric futures. Thanks so much for listening, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Srijata, for the lecture. It was really insightful, and I'm sure it's given all of us a lot to think about. And I really enjoyed your reading and your interpretation of the text. Actually, the way we have planned this session is we are thinking we'll take question towards the end for both the speakers, for Dr. Srijata Paul, and also for our next speaker, Dr. Smita Jha. Shubhankar, has Dr. Smita Jha arrived?
She is joining. She haven't joined yet, I guess. Tanmay, have she joined? Just a second.
She hasn't joined yet.
She haven't.
Okay, so in that case, maybe we can take questions from Dr. Paul while
Yeah,
Dr. Jha is still joining. Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Sure, I'm here.
Yeah, Momita, are there questions for Dr. Jha?
No, there are no questions
No,
in the
not
chat
in the chat.
box.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, there is
Soumya
one
Sharma
question.
has a question. Yeah.
Soumya, please.
So, what is the role of Soumya Sharma has raised this question. What is the role of psychological disorders against the backdrop of the apocalypse? Srijata, do you have an answer for her?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can venture an answer. Not that this is not something that I've thought about or write
Yeah.
about in general.
Yeah.
However, for this paper in particular, the psychological disorders that get quite a lot of attention are perinatal and postpartum depression. So, in this resource constrained environment where you're made to feel like motherhood is the wrong choice to make, where giving birth itself or continuing on with your bloodline can be harmful for the environment, the onslaught of what happens after birth, so your postpartum disorders can be compounded, is one way in which certain, whether coincidental or not, women novelists seem to have thought about motherhood during the environmental crisis. Is to imagine that postpartum disorder might be all the more oppressive, might be all the more difficult to address or talk about in this context where you're constantly told, oh my God, how have you made this choice to be a mother? Don't you know what a horrible world it is? And by increasing the population, you're making it a worse place than it already was. So that's one way in which I could sort of approach the question that you asked. The other is, of course, in terms of thinking about what is a psychological disorder. If we think of neurodivergence as a psychological disorder, I don't want to use the word disorder, but if neurodivergence is one way in which people have to behave in this world of ecological crisis, that might be another way to address your question, but I am not equipped to really take that on, since that's not something I work on at all.
Professor Jha has joined, so Sarila, we can go ahead.
Okay, so maybe Soumya can finish whatever point she has to make, and then we'll start with Dr. Jha, and then all the other questions we can take at the end. Soumya, please continue.
Mm-hmm.
I guess her question being answered, right?
No, Shubhankar, it's okay. Let her go ahead. I think she has a comment or a follow up
Okay,
to what
okay,
I said.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, 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 okay. All right. Sarila, in that case, we can go ahead with Professor Jha, and we'll come back to all the questions later on. So that you can stay, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's no problem at all. Yes, Soumya, go ahead.
Sarila, can you hear me? Yeah, so we can go ahead with introducing Professor Jha. She's here.
Okay. Okay, so then we'll come back to Soumya. Okay, I thought she
Yeah,
had a
yeah, we'll,
comment to make.
yeah, we'll come back.
Okay, okay. So now our next speaker in this session is Dr. Smita Jha. Dr. Jha, I cannot see you on my screen.
Okay, I might have.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
Hi, Dr. Jha. Dr. Smita Jha is currently working as Professor of English, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. She has completed a PhD and postgraduate diploma in teaching English from the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, Hyderabad. She has published more than 80 papers in refereed journals of literature like Routledge, Sage, OUP. She has been shortlisted for the prestigious Fulbright Nehru Fellowship in 2013, while she got fellowship from British Columbia in 2009. She has also been shortlisted for Advanced Studies Center Shimla Fellowship in 2011. She received the prestigious Indo-Canadian Shastri Fellowship in 2019. She has 6 books to her credit, while 2 of her books are yet to be published. She has supervised 15 PhD candidates on topics ranging from Indian partition to women's studies, interdisciplinary studies, British literature, forensic science, and criminology. Her research interests include Indian writing in English, Commonwealth literature, diasporic literature, linguistics, and ELT, post-colonial writings, contemporary literature theories, and gender and cultural studies. So, with a wide experience and her very illustrious academic career, Dr. Smita has joined us here today to present her work on what she has titled "Beyond the Humanities: An Interdisciplinary Approach," where Dr. Jha is posing the question today: why does humanities need to cross its boundaries? Over to you, Dr. Jha, and we are looking forward to your lecture.
Thank you. Thank you. Uh, I'm just sharing my slide. Uh,
Sure, ma'am. Yeah.
just a minute. First of all, I'm grateful to the organizer giving me this opportunity to explain the very purpose of interdisciplinarity approach to humanity research. Working in IIT, I have realized very strongly that in these years we are moving towards interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity. Therefore, we can say that humanity is beyond humanities, and this is the talk of mine in which I'm going to explain that why I have chosen this topic. Is it, mandatory for the survival, or for the prosperity of humanities, or the myth about humanities? So here I'm sharing my uh, slide. Just a minute. Yeah, it is seen.
No, ma'am, it's not visible.
It's not
It is
visible.
not visible.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah.
It is visible, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, as the title is Beyond Humanities, an Interdisciplinarity Approach. First, I would try to define why beyond humanities. What do we mean when we say beyond humanities, because the definition of humanities says something else. But let us discuss it, in the present perspective. I would like to start with uh, the article. I mean, even you can have a look. In the humanities are dead, long live humanities. In this article, I just read that why we are using this, that humanities is no more humanity. Why it is? In humanities are dead, long live humanity, written by Larry Andrews. You can also check, even I have given you the link also. Larry Andrews, the author of this article, argues that the humanities are essential to the core purpose and nature of honest education in promoting the foundation of academic curiosity and intellectual rigor. And while going through this article, I found several points very close to my heart, what I am feeling here. In this essay, there is something different. Some of the teachers from Oxford uh, and also from University of Edinburgh, they try to overstate the humanities, very classical definition of humanities. And they argue that the humanities are no more or less relevant now than they have ever been. It is just that now, as universities become corporate boot camps, churning out productive science, technology, engineering, mathematics, that is called STEM.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Ma'am, your slides are not changing.
I think that I have to switch off the camera, or let me make it. Now it is seen.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, so I have to make it small only. So, see, I mean, the humanities can no longer compete under the new rule because STEM, especially in IIT and in several technical universities, and not only that, with NEP, New Education Policy 2020, we talk about so many things. So, aligned with humanities exclusively may create or cause hindrance, to get a good growth. So to compete with this science, technology, and mathematics, we need to move beyond the borderline of humanities. This is also a kind of perception because even I myself realize when appearing in various interviews that, oh, your area is very vast. Well, in a long tenure, in a long career, when supervising number of students, different students from different subjects, we also grow, we read. Therefore, we can touch upon so many subjects. And therefore, we can write, we can claim that, yes, my area of study is like this. This is also a kind of assumption that English professors, this is also, I mean, even we have Department of Humanities and Social Sciences having philosophy, sociology, political science, economics, foreign languages. And when we say yes, we can guide it. So generally, this is the assumption that English professors are notorious for dipping into other fields and thinking that their cane stretches over the whole intellectual domain, expressed in a more kindly fashion. I mean, we, professor of English, suffer from an endless appetite for exploration. And this is true. I mean, I'm working in cartography, I'm working in emergency novel, I'm working in graphic novel, and we can claim, yes, I can do that. And that is why we, the English professors, are less condemned to a specialization than many of their colleagues in other fields. Like in other subjects, they are very confined to a particular area, delighting in the fact that they always have more books to read and more ideas to engage, they also seek to reach out to the sciences, even professional studies, where better to do this than in an honest program. Like in environmental studies, ecology, ecofeminism, mostly we use sociological theory from the sociology, anthropology. So see, this is the collaboration, you can say, or amalgamation of several subjects or field of research. So increasingly, research is moving towards more interdisciplinary endeavors. And this is the fact, and this is also the need of the hour. Effective collaboration between people from different disciplines is necessary to maximize the potential benefits of interdisciplinarity for future research activity. Therefore, this, sharing of my knowledge or talk uh, evaluates an approach to fostering the skills required for successful cross-disciplinary collaboration from the perspective of an interdisciplinary group of early career researchers. Challenges are there because humanities need to compete with others. My observation on how especially designed encounters can help to shape future interdisciplinary research initiatives draws on the discussion and a review of other, experiences. We have also idea of religion. Literature is so vast that we have philosophy, religion, we have cultural studies. So, a vast experience. In fact, interdisciplinary approach encounters an effective means to support the development of future interdisciplinary researches, with a major advantage of this approach being the opportunity for open communication. Especially in IIT, we have to touch upon even AI, artificial intelligence, clones, and textual analysis that is available on such topic. We need to distinguish between uh, cultivation and development encounters when we talk of interdisciplinarity. Among the multiple factors that produce successful interdisciplinary encounters, we found that selection of a theme, researchers, participants, students, and location need to be tailored to the encounter's particular objective. So we need to be very careful when we decide the theme, especially in the field of interdisciplinary researches. We recommend that also, the funding body, because we write projects also. When we talk of research, projects are also very important, and for career development, bringing huge funding project is essential. So funding bodies and other members of research community should take note of the effectiveness of encounters to foster interdisciplinary and generate a space to develop more innovative and high impact research that delivers solution to the challenges facing humanity in the future. Humanity shouldn't be in isolation, shouldn't be, far away from other subject or other area of research. So the cultivation, I talked about the cultivation and the development. So the cultivation type is designed for those embarking on or involved in interdisciplinary researches or projects, and it has recently received attention in the interdisciplinarity literature. Now, an example of cultivation encounter is a meeting designed to expose researchers who are not yet involved in interdisciplinary projects to other disciplines. But we do in IIT, like psychology English, sociology English, English economics, like this. And also help participants to understand what those disciplines have to offer and to explore potential ways to work with them. So in addition, such an encounter may provide a platform to share experiences of the benefits or obstacles of performing, research that crosses the, disciplinary boundaries. So development encounters, on the other hand, bring people together to generate new ideas or initiate concrete outputs. Concrete output, such as joint research proposal or position paper, and are a useful means of generating new interdisciplinary projects. Now, this second type of encounter, that is the development encounter, may also involve people from outside academia. For example, to jointly frame a current real world problem of industry or society, like this. So this kind of research, can be helpful even for the society. Empirical, generally we people from humanities, we go for textual analysis. The methodology is non-empirical. But we can go for empirical also, comprising the discipline from outside humanity. I will try to trace the emergence of an interdisciplinary field like digital humanities, medical humanities, graphic medicine, and several other cartography in response to a complex set of recent personal, ethical, psychological, social, cultural, spiritual, and political concern. Many generated, by technology. Digital humanity is not a new area of research now. But yes, medical humanities, graphic medicine, cartography, trauma study, emerging areas, and all generated by technology, require the insights of humanistic inquiry. Sometimes people ask that what is medical humanity? What is humanity about the medical? And then we need to analyze the narrative section, the autopathography, the personal perception. And this is how we can go for, the interdisciplinary approach. So embarking on interdisciplinary collaboration is not restricted to a specific career stage. Early career researchers may be particularly motivated to engage in interdisciplinarity through their desire to contribute to societal benefit. And of course, when we go for any research, any project, I specifically advise my student that this is not for yourself and for the institution, rather, you write this for the society as a whole. This is for the humanity as a whole, because early career researchers are at a formative stage of their research career. However, they may need a structured induction to understand and evaluate the opportunities and risk before deciding to make an enduring commitment. I always suggest my student that you are here to pursue your research, your project, not to be a martyr. That is to say that be careful while selecting a topic, because the material, the supporting literature review, that is also very important. Recent years have seen an increasing number of initiatives to foster interdisciplinary research, including more integrative graduate education, interdisciplinary workshop, research funding, even the careers are coming, cross-disciplinary. I have seen that even the engineering, science, and technology, they want to pursue, project under humanities, and that is good. So before I move to other field, we should know about the very essence of research, because research itself is a very serious act, serious act of pursuing something. So what are the definition of research? What do we mean by research? That is very important, and even a student should know, because PhD is the highest degree. So, what are the basic concept of research philosophy? When a student start doing academic research, he or she need to grip with some basic concepts of research philosophy. And as we take, research methodology as course, I find students are very naive in some of the fields. So, knowing about the research or research methodology, only then they can be in a position to decide, what is the significance, relevance of deciding the topic and other thing. So, what is the research? That is the question. How do we define the research? We all know what is a research. As per Longman Dictionary, a studious study of a subject intended to discover, new facts. The process of finding solutions to a problem after a thorough study and analysis. Systematic inquiry, cohesive study, information to guide decision. Then the pertinent question, is research always problem solving based? Yes, because in many of the projects we write, in ICSSR, GST, one column always there that how it is going to help the policymaker. So, yes, it is problem solving also. And that one should keep in mind while deciding the theme, the topic of his or her research. So we should know research paradigm. What is the research paradigm? A set of beliefs and feelings. Research paradigms refer to the beliefs, assumptions that provide the structure of the research. Because research is not random, and so is interdisciplinarity. You should have some background, which provide the structure of one's research. These can be characteristics of one's discipline or even one's personal beliefs or understanding. For example, if one is a feminist, expert, and want to conduct research on that only, it is not altogether newly developed. Whatever there as a background on that, he or she has to make, the study. However, if one's research discipline is education, suppose, as interdisciplinary subject, one should look at the effects of parental literacy rates on the literacy or academic success of the students, the children, one will not expect such a definite result, and one may be examining one's topic from different viewpoints, such as cultural or socio-economic. And then the findings will depend on those assumptions, beliefs, and biases. That is to say, that what are the parameters? What are the paradigms you are going to put it? So, what is the purpose of research paradigm? Put all the information about the three pillars of research paradigm together, and a researcher can see the purpose of research paradigm. I'm going to explain those paradigms. Research paradigms, establish the structure and foundation for a research project. Once the research paradigm has been determined, an appropriate research plan can be created. So, paradigm should be very clear. The philosophical basis of the study guides that knowledge is sought, how that knowledge can be discovered, and how to form the collected information or data into the knowledge being sought. So the research paradigm clearly outlines the path to investigate the researcher topic, and this brings clarity to the study and improves the quality of methods and analysis of the research. In addition, it is important for researchers to understand how their own beliefs, assumptions, and biases, because research is an objective, persuasion, you can say, biases can affect the research process. The studies, data collection, literature review, analysis, interpretation will be impacted by the world view of the researcher because it is online available. Knowing the underlying research paradigm and how it frames the study allows researchers to better understand the effect of their perspective on the study result. So it is very important to know about the paradigm. So scientific research is also there, but let us talk about the critical research that involves a formal analysis, a kind of judgment. The critical theories paradigm help us to understand how communication is used to oppress and provide ways to foster positive social change, because we have to justify our research or the thesis statement. Critical theories challenge the status quo of communication context, looking for alternatives to those forms of oppressive communication. Now, these theories differ from other theoretical approaches because they see physics as the overarching goal. See, I must tell you that uh, America is leading, USA is leading, in the area of theories. And this emerging many theories also possible due to the commercialization, globalization, the business, emerging business area. So these, parsecs are the combination of theory and action, rather than simply seeking to understand power structures. Critical theories actively seek to change them in positive ways. So, easily identifiable examples of critical approaches are Marxism, postmodernism, posthumanism, feminism. In humanity, we generally use these. Now, these critical theory expose and challenge the uh, a communication of dominant social, economic, and political structures. And areas of inquiry include language, social relationship, organizational structures, politics, economics, media, cultural ideology, interpersonal relationship, labor, and other social movements. Recently, I invited a very senior professor from US University, and she was suggesting that why do we use critical theory when we go for research? See, attending a height or attending an age, one can say this. But for the early career, when he or she is pursuing the research, there should be some scale, paradigm, parameter, and these critical theories are the lens to justify, the very parameter or the paradigm. So the research paradigm is school of thought, empiricism, positivism, anti-positivism, and the critical theory. So when we talk of empiricism, the idea of empiricism that all knowledge arises from sense perception, and this is very correct. When you read a book, read a text, or you try to understand a particular phenomenon, you have your own perception. It emphasizes the importance of experience and evidence, particularly sensory perception. So, in the creation of concepts, one can have a posteriori knowledge that is based on experience. The majority of empiricists likewise dismiss the idea of innate conception or innatism. But in humanities, we are talking of humanities that is based on innatism. Induction or inductive reasoning, creating generalization based on particular example, must be utilized to develop a more complicated body of knowledge from these direct observation. And in scientific and social sciences, the term empirical rather than empiricism refers to the process of observation and experimentation. We have to be very careful when we pursue, a particular topic in a particular area. When we talk of positivism as a philosophy, positivism adhere to the view that only factual knowledge gained through observation, that is senses, including measurement, is trustworthy. In positivism studies, the role of the researcher is limited to data collection and interpretation in an objective way. And that is the social sciences. But again, humanities, we are talking of interdisciplinary, moving the boundary, we also do that. In, other words, the researcher is an objective, and he or she distances himself, herself from personal values in conducting the study. In these types of studies, research findings are usually quantifiable. So positivism depends on quantifiable observations that lead to a statistical analysis. Anti-positivism includes a high involvement on the part of the researcher and a low number of respondents. Anti-positivism came about in the 19th century when scientists uh, Wilhelm Dilthey and Henrik Rickett began to question sociological positivism and sociological naturalism, because they argued that the world of nature is not the same as the world of society, as human societies have unique aspects like meaning, symbol, rules, norms, values, all that can be described as the culture. And this view was further developed by Max Weber, who introduced the term anti-positivism, also known as humanistic sociology. And according to this view, the sociological research conducted must, concentrate on humans and their cultural values. So there has been controversy on how a line between subjective, objective research can be drawn. And then critical theory, as I said, a social theory oriented towards critiquing and changing society as a whole. It differs from traditional theory, which focuses only on understanding or explaining the society. And this critical theory justifies, the research parameter also. So, five states of research when we talk about, the paradigm that identify the paradigm element you want to change. What part of your worldview do you want to change? What habitual or hidden behavior may be adversely affecting your research or your life? One has to be very scientific. Write down your own goals, setting a specific desired outcomes, and putting them down on paper. Set them in your subconscious. I always suggest a student to write more and more. Adjust your mindset intentionally, influencing your thoughts to support your goals can motivate you to create the change you want. Do comfortable things. You are not here to be martyr. Like you use maximum of your energy to produce your research. Practice being you who you want to be, what you want. So when we talk of research paradigm, epistemology, ontology, methodology, these three parameters are very, very important. What is epistemology? Knowledge. Ontology, to justify the knowledge. Methodology, to do the tools and technique of the research, to justify the knowledge and the process to justify the knowledge. And then epistemology, ontology, and all together, the call a complete research. So, what is a knowledge? Knowledge, I mean, how to define epistemology? Plato defined knowledge as justified to belief, theoretical or practical understanding of a subject, implicit knowledge, and explicit knowledge. Implicit knowledge, as with practical skill or expertise. Explicit, as with the theoretical understanding of a subject. Now, what is epistemology? Defining knowledge. Knowledge is sometimes considered as justified to believe. However, this is insufficient because one must have a reason or justification for that belief. That is to say, when you decide the area, the thesis statement, you should have justification. There are situations in which a belief may be justified and true and yet not as knowledge. So, knowledge is distinct from belief and opinion. In philosophy, the study of knowledge is called epistemology. That is, how do we know? That is the knowledge. That is the true definition of epistemology. So epistemology, comes from Greek word epistem, that is knowledge, and that is the base of everything. So epistemology is very important. What is your background? What is your knowledge when you start your research? So the key elements of proper epistemology are senses, used to get information, and then reason, that is the method of gaining knowledge, that is the ontology. And also knowledge acquisition is perception, communication, association, reasoning. I used to guide my student that when you read a novel or a text or a fiction, you read at least 4 times, 5 times, and every time you will come up with a new paradigm, with a new meaning. What is that meaning? And that can be justifiable with the help of ontology. It is a study or concern about what kind of things exist. That is justification if you are saying anything. And ontology as the specification of conceptualizations used to help programs and humans share knowledge. The conceptualizations is the coaching of knowledge about the world in terms of entities, things, the relationship they hold and constraint between them, explaining, describing in terms of etymology, terminology, philosophy of the research variable, research title, problem statement, research questions, and research objectives. And these are very important when your approach is that of interdisciplinarity. That is very, very important. So, selection of research paradigm and research method depends on the approach and the understanding. The method, biographical, phenomenological, ethnological, case study, because there is a difference between methodological and method. What kind of method? If the research paradigm is critical theory, then the approach critical and action oriented. Method is ideology, critic, and action research. Then you have to decide that when we talk of types of research, applied research, basic research, because see, now in this age of science and technology, we are supposed to go for different types of research. Also, like in humanity, earlier it is said that only MLA style we use, but now APA also, Chicago also, and this also depends on the journals, variety of journals where supposed to publish our paper. So we should know the various states of scientific research. Scientific research means objective, not subjective. It provides scientific information and theories and follows a certain structural process through the estate order, may vary depending on the subject matter and researcher. So what are the various states? Observations and formation of the topic. If you are working on environment, suppose ecofeminism, feminism and environment. What kind of theory? What kind of perspective? What kind of area to study? So this leads to observation, a very close observation to form the topic. Hypothesis, assumption, to making the background, literature review, conceptual definitions, operational definitions, gathering of data. That is the literature review, which is very, very important step when you go for any kind of research, specifically, interdisciplinary research. And then testing, justification, approving, leading to conclusion. So this is all the research stages. When we talk of methods, different methods are there. Exploratory research, which structures and identifies new problems, and this leads to interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, cross-disciplinarity. Constructive research will develop solution to a problem. Empirical research will test the feasibility of a solution using empirical evidence. Being the teacher of linguistics, I also go for empirical research when I have to work in the area of linguistics, hardcore linguistics. Like in a school education, how many schools I have to do? I mean, what kind of questionnaire I have to prepare? And then on the basis of, statistics and the study, we have to decide and we have to make the conclusion. So the process is choosing your topic. When you have some command knowledge of the area, only then you finalize the topic. Your basic information is very important. Refine your topic because the entire thing depends on your topic. Locating, retrieving material, and my main focus is always on saving the energy during your research. Evaluating relevancies of materials. You know, you should be very careful when you are collecting journals, when you are collecting data, when you are collecting even the online, material, and you make a kind of library. And I also, suggest my student to make a rough bibliography. That help them, in finalizing their research very easily. Making notes, though it is the digital age, but finalizing note is very, very important. And then you can make your project writing. Why interdisciplinarity? Because I'm in some of the selection committee, and I've seen that how project is given the immense importance shortlisting the candidate. Two things are very, very important while shortlisting the candidate. The first is that of the publishing paper in a very high repute journal, and the other is good projects, the amount of the projects. And for that, you cannot, confide to your subject only. Therefore, very important to move beyond the borderline or the border of humanity. Now it is in this connection, I would move to the interdisciplinarity and digital humanity, hypertextism. I mean, we all know about digital humanities. As I said, that it is not a new thing. It emerged long back, like if we compare with other. So as print stays itself, electronic text replaces itself. Electronic text is as apt to evolve before it forms, as apt to dissolve before it finishes. So it is a post-structural perspective. And if we take, digital humanities, n number of areas are there, even for the, projects and your research. Digital humanities, then hypertextism, mapping, because we have text dealing with the location. Uh, I'm not talking about the recent writer. Even talk about Thomas Hardy, R.K. Narayan. They have imaginary field, where it is located, what part of the region. With the help of digital humanities, mapping of the text, we can do it. So number of topics that is there when we talk of digital humanities. So digital humanity is also known as humanities computing, different name, a field of study, research, teaching. That become the part of discipline. And in IIT, in humanities, we work a lot, based on digital humanities. It is methodological by nature and interdisciplinary in scope. It involves investigation, analysis, synthesis, presentation of information in electronic form. So it studies how these media affect the disciplines in which they are used, and what these disciplines have to contribute to our knowledge of computing. Uh, See, in the present scenario, if you don't have knowledge of technology, you are standing nowhere, because URL is there, online library is there, online journals are available, GOI is there. So you should develop all these knowledge and archives. So when you go for digital humanities as part of, what would I say, interdisciplinarity, it is very, very important to explore the related area. So it is more akin to common methodological outlook. than an investment. That is why I'm saying to I mean, explore it more, know it more. How much time you invest, on the computer screen, navigate. So, digital humanities is a social networking also. It harbors networks of people who have been working together, sharing research, arguing, competing, collaborating for many years. And key achievements, from this community, like the text encoding, very important aspect. The text encoding, decoding, initiative, or the Orlando project were mostly finished before the current wave of interest in digital humanities began. Now robotic science is there. And in my department, the students are working on clone also, AI also. Nonetheless, the rapid and remarkable rise of digital humanities as a term can be traced to a set of surprisingly specific circumstances. So one has to be very particular of this, that how to decide the topic, when pursue in a particular area. uh, when we talk of digital humanity descends from the field of humanities computing, different name, different, as per the requirement, because society is changing very fast. As a person of social linguistic, language is alive. It keeps on changing after 6 months. Similarly, technological keeps on changing, very fast. See the mobile, how fast it changed. So the first specialized journal in the digital humanities was Computers and the Humanities, which debuted in 1966. This is also a very important task to, find out journals. What kind of journals? Impact factor, high index, H index, Scopus index, and how authentic it is for your paper writing. So the terminological change from humanities computing to digital humanities has been attributed to John Unsworth, Susan Scriven, and Ray Seaman. These are the areas where you can explore this, that how, like Indian writing in English, Commonwealth literature, Third World literature, Anglo-Indian writer, like this, we should know when we talk of all these things. So digital humanities, it is a leading edge of applying computer-based technology. We all are working on computer from morning to evening. We sit on the computer, we carry on our, what would I say, our research work. Without computer, this is all digital humanities. And the key to understand the digital humanities to reject the idea that digital technology is invading the academy. Computers were used for humanists ends from very early on in their history, and not only, as one might expect, as mere stories for large libraries of text. And that is why he said that this is the emerging area. Emerging area. So it incorporates key insight, languages, literature, history, music, and perhaps before me, someone was speaking on the music. And this digitalization can help us, a lot in this regard. Uh, Coming to the other, because there is a time constraint, I would like to take the other area, that is, yes, hyperfiction. We all know about hyperfiction. What is hyperfiction? And this statement given by Joyce stresses out the historical movement from one theoretical position to other that has been taking place since the inception of new media technology. The sci-fi fiction, metafiction terms are coming up, with the help of all other areas, related areas, and we need to know more and more. So, as coming to the other very important and emerging area that is called medical humanities.
Excuse me, ma'am. Uh, Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Um,
Sorry?
yes, ma'am. Actually, we are running short of time.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just concluding, please.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. So I'm just coming on the other very important area and very close to my heart, that is medical humanities. What is medical humanities? People generally ask. The narrative by the patient, the suffering of the patient. And this is called medical humanities, health humanities, graphic medicine, disability study, uh, caregivers. Several terms are there that you need to know before exploring a particular society. And it is an interdisciplinary field that considers issues of health. And this is very good because even doctors, the medical practitioners, they are also, taking interest in it. I'm working extensively in medical humanities. That what is an illness, what is health, what is autopathography. A person is called the body, the bed, the patient number. What is the identity? Where is the identity? What is the narrative? What is the effect of, different kind of, medicine on it? So, qualities of a good research is efficient, scientific, effective, active, resourceful, creative, honest, economical, religious, and while concluding, I would say be a good researcher. And all my best wishes, and I would encourage that even though you're from humanities, try to work for interdisciplinarity, which will help you in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an intriguing talk. So, Professor Solila, ma'am, has left the session due to some emergency work. So, she is the chairperson of this session, and Professor Srijata, ma'am, also has left, the another keynote speaker. I'll, with your permission, I'll go ahead with the question answer session if you permit.
Yeah, of course.
Questions that are posted for you. So, one second.
Thank you, Soumya.
Okay, we have a question from Nilanjan Banerjee. Just a curiosity, through this emphasis of interdisciplinary studies, are we moving towards the knowledge system of old ideas, as in Aristotle, when knowledge was treated as a whole and not in parts?
No,
This is
that
a
is not
question
the
from
old
Nilanjan
idea.
Banerjee.
See, I never say that Aristotle, Dryden, Pope, they are old. All the critical theories are based on that only. See, when we talk of the critical theories, whether it is I. Richard, T.S. Eliot, I talked about Aristotle, belief. I mean, what is belief? The rational, the solid base, and that is required for any research. So that is not the old, moving backward. That is the what T.S. Eliot says. What is a tradition? The new and the old, amalgamation of the tradition, that is there. So the old established values and the new one, and on that basis we can explore the new one. Why should we leave the old one? That is not old. Still Aristotle is very much there in our blood. At least I mean the English literature students like us. So I don't mean that moving towards the old. Those are the established pillars. If I talk of the paradigm, those are the established pillars.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We have received another question from Suruchi Dube. But research perspectives varies from individual to individual. More discussion, more dissecting of text from several issues, as it gives more varied looking into subject. then don't you think these theories distort real aesthetic of literature, but definitely develop critical perspective?
Well, I don't say that it will lose aesthetic or it is losing aesthetic. It depends on you. What kind of perception? Yes, it is perceptive. And when I read a novel, it is my perception understanding. We know what is reader response theory. You know, what is the approach of reader. And the aestheticism is that you find out to pursue from the point of view of a researcher. That is the aestheticism, the beauty, the hidden core of that particular text. So I mean, it can be one's perspective that losing aestheticism, because research cannot be held unless you have interest, you have involvement into it. You are not a robot that I'll feed and you will work. If you have interest, you should. Only then you can move ahead, in a very right manner. That is aestheticism, in my opinion. Yes, it may vary. Listlessness is also one of the characteristics of individual, right? But then when you read from that point of view that you have to, like this movie, Avatar, and several students wrote paper on that also. So your perspective, the first Avatar, it is on the environment, ecology. Family life can also be there. What is your perspective? And very high-tech sci-fi, magic realism. So, in my opinion, no way. I mean, we are going to lose the aesthetic if we read a particular text with good intention. That is my understanding.
Pragya Bhatnagar has raised her hand. Yes, Pragya?
Hello, Smita ma'am. Uh,
Hello.
Being a young scholar, it was very knowledgeable presentation for me. I am still learning, and I'm very happy that I got to present my paper in this prestigious conference. And I heard you. I actually my coursework is still going on. Just 1 month is left. My question on the like further research, my further research is because you were talking about methodology of research. So LGBTQ fiction in India is quite like less, and many works are overworked. I am very much interested in pursuing this field, and I'm very interested and involved in it. My question here is that how should a researcher approach this field when only the original text are more available than the fiction? Fiction I can pick, but then how to apply the original critical analysis or the theories like Kamshastra is there, our Vedas are there, the Arjun and Krishna queer theory is there in Mahabharata, Bhagirath, King Bhagirath, and Lord Ayappa's. So how should I approach? If you can give me a rough idea, like, how should I apply and approach these things on my fiction and further research?
See, that is why I talked about the research paradigm. What is paradigm? I talked about the knowledge. Suppose your knowledge is that God is there.
Yes.
Now you have to verify, justify that how you are saying God is there. That is ontology. And when we talk about ontology, that this is how you are saying that God is there, the justification. Then various critical theories are there. Suppose some of the students, I mean, they are working under me on ecology, eco-criticism with Bhagavad Gita, Ved and all. And they are applying theories of Ekam and all other things. So you have to decide. That is why intensive, extensive reading is required. I don't know much about your research thesis or research statement, but your knowledge should be enough to segregate, the critical theories. Why critical theories? As a lens to justify your research endeavor. Otherwise, you cannot move ahead. Why there is a defense? Because you are not writing randomly. Cohesiveness should be there, justification should be there, relevance should be there. And for that, you need to explore what is literature review. I generally say that five keywords. When you decide topic, that is the most difficult job. Deciding topic for paper writing, for thesis. I've seen students coming to how to decide. Like in IIT, we have 85 characters. Now, while deciding topics, the words, the keywords, those are very important. Why those are important? Those keywords can lead you to find out theories, journals, writings, literature inputs akin to your research area. So be particular of the keywords, because keyword means the study hovering around, those keywords. And most of the journals, good journals, they advise you five keywords. That is very intensive, very pointed. So without extensive, intensive reading, you cannot segregate, you cannot find out typical, appropriate, apt critical theory. Moreover, our research is intertextual. Intertextuality is there. That is not plagiarism. You're not exploring a new thing. You're not Madame Curie. Because work already done, you need to find out the gap. You have to highlight those gaps in a research. How to highlight those gaps? With the help of other writings, other contemporary writers. And yes, your idea is very good that try to always take debut novels, the debut writers. This is what I do with my student. Why the work has already been done and then you are again writing? What is the use of that? So debut novelist, debut writer, it hardly matters Western or Eastern. Even in India, we have ample writers. Diversity in literature. Why not those? Why only a few? You go to the Northeast, you will find good writers. And here in IIT, students are working on various tribes also. Nagaland, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, and this is good.
It's the whole area, Northeastern tribes and the LGBTQ.
Yes, that this is how we should know about our own country. So debut novel, yes, with the existing theme that is called intertextuality. So this is how you can find out. But without extensive, intensive reading, that is not possible. Always be clear of the keywords.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an elaborate answer. So, Anshul Chahal has asked a question: is Anthropocene a theory or a geological time? How is it different from eco-criticism?
It is a theory. When we talk of ecology or ecofeminism, when we talk of ecology, what is the meaning of ecology? The entire universe. That is ecology, deep ecology. So Anthropocene, when you talk, it is a theory in terms of deep ecology, in terms of ecology. Otherwise, it can also be a philosophy. As I said that I am supervising, ecology or deep ecology, talking about Vedas and Bhagavad Gita. There I have used the word, my student has used the word. Use the word as a theory, theoretical approach. So here I would say as a theoretical approach.
Okay, so Anshul Chahal has also another comment. Complexity and integration can create some hurdles. Interdisciplinary education can be more complex to design and implement than traditional single discipline approaches. Integrating multiple disciplines requires careful planning, coordination, and collaboration among educators. It may be challenging to strike a balance between depth of understanding in each discipline and maintaining coherence across the interdisciplinary curriculum.
So this is what I have said. Whatever he's saying, this is what I have said. It is, of course, complex. It is a challenging task. But why don't you understand that research itself is a challenging task? And it is always good, to know more about the subject that is close to your area of research. Humanities sociology, humanities philosophy, humanities religious studies, humanities psychology. Of course, this is a complex, and that is why I gave lecture on, that there should be clear paradigm. What are the parameters? And in my opinion, clarity is the base of all research. If you're not clear in your mind, your research is going to be a fiasco. And interdisciplinary, when there are two disciplines, naturally you have to put more effort.
Thank you, ma'am. Samina has asked, I would like to ask how the ethnographic studies can help in traditional research and modern research in humanities.
This is a very much, this is a kind of method, ethnography. Ethnography, right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
ethnography.
this is a
Ethnographic
this
studies.
is a method, not methodology. This is a method, and see, my among my students, I always say that yes, if the author is alive, suppose, and if he's available, go for the interview. Try to find out. Make the questionnaire. Even in textual analysis, in textual methodology, even the non-empirical study. So why not ethnographical approach can be possible to make your study more viable and vibrant. Like I'm also supervising rape culture in India. Now texts are there, but I've also decided that I'll meet some of the sufferer, some of the rape victim, and also the person who has done this to know about it. And I read the article. A lady from Washington D.C. visited Tihar jail to know about. That way you can understand the psychology. So ethnographic way is a very good tool to explore, to define your research study, specifically your interdisciplinary approach.
Thank you, ma'am. Anuradha Pandey has said, very stimulating session, ma'am. If possible, can this presentation be shared with us?
I will try to share. I will try to share. Share my email ID. If they have any question, I would be happy because I'm teaching research methodology here. And even I myself study. I'm not saying that I'm expert because every time I have to study, as I said, technology keeps on changing. And here in IIT, we are very high tech, and in most of the university, you are high tech. So even I have to study. So if you have, I will be very happy. If I get question, I answer you.
Okay. Uh, Chumankar, can you please share Smita ma'am's mail ID?
Okay, okay. I'll do that in the chat box. Meanwhile, you can go ahead with vote of
Okay,
thanks.
okay. Uh, Professor Srijata ma'am has already answered the questions posted for her. So the participants who has asked Srijata ma'am the questions, they can see the chat box. So
I'll be happy to
I can.
share because I'm very happy to see the curiosity. Research is nothing but a curious act. If you don't
Uh,
want to know, how could you pursue your research?
Tanmay
Can
sir has already shared.
can I add? Sorry for interruption. Can I add a thing or two? Uh, Not a question actually.
No,
I
no,
Yes,
just
yes.
please, please. Yeah.
I just because ma'am, whatever ma'am said actually gave a very good feeling about having a research workshop. these things are usually taught at a research workshop. So I would like the organizers, by taking MAM on board and others, other resource persons, if possible in future, not in a seminar format, but can the organizers actually have such a research workshop sort of thing with a focus on academic writing as well, because New Literaria is an academic journal. So just that's why I interrupted. I feel that if it's possible, because sometimes these things, these very basic things are not addressed seminar format. So then it ma'am will also have more freedom to talk on these issues, and the other resource persons will also be able to address these. So it would be very good if the organizers can actually organize a research workshop separate from this seminar, so that these things can take place. Thank you.
For sure, I would like to add something. I welcome your idea because, see, selecting journal as per your research paper, because publication is very important, whether it is Central University or IIT or NIT. This is a very difficult task. So I also teach that how to find out, impact factor. What do you mean by impact factor? What is citation? How do select, the biannual, or the annual, or 5 time, because the first paper is very important to be published. And if a student they start sending, the paper to John Hopkins University Journal, they take lots of time. So how to make first paper, published? Of course, in Q1 journal, Q2 journal. That is a very important point, as writing thesis is very important. So even I can speak on that, because selecting journal, and then you justify the journal. Is it important for you? Because sometimes you write the paper and then you sit where to send. Sometimes you send and then your paper is rejected. That your subject is not very familiar to the journal. So this is also very important aspect, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we can't see any of the questions in the chat box. Uh, AK Jadhav, I think, wants to ask something. Hello, sir. Okay. Priyanka Raj, yes, you are allowed to speak. Yes, participants, do you have any questions? You can either post it in the chat box, or you can unmute your microphone and speak.
Even I am going to organize an international
Ma'am,
conference.
may I share my view a bit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Ma'am, it was very much an enlightening session, in the sense that one of my professors used to tell me that teachers come and tell you read.
Your teacher, repeat it.
A lot, read a lot. It was a session that taught us how to make a research instead of dealing into various novels and other things. The basic things were cleared out, which is not done at this level. Thank you, ma'am, for clearing all the doubts for
Thank you
young
very
researchers
much
like
for
us.
your kind words. And see, research is also a kind of experience, and almost 30 years. And in IIT, when I have learned a lot. So research is learning every year. Even
No,
I
no,
can
ma'am.
learn from you.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, now, personally speaking, I would be shaping up my proposals a bit differently, because I have been qualifying the written examinations net after net, and then I get rejected in the interviews. So now I would try to shape up my proposals in a different manner after this particular session, I guess, because
Yeah, and if
constant
you need,
rejection has made me frustrated.
no, don't get frustrated. If you want to get any help from me, you can write to me. My email ID has been shared. And see, writing thesis or PhD is a kind of long journey. I used to tell my student that ups and down will come, depression, frustration, but it happens. We are human beings. Sometimes good mood, sometimes bad mood. But one focus should be there, that you have to complete your thesis in a very right manner. Someday you can be very fruitful. Someday you can't do anything, but no need to be frustrated. Please don't. Be happy, be positive, and make a good research. My best wishes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Uh, I think the participants don't have any question. Okay.
No, I guess you can go ahead with vote of thanks. Yeah.
Okay. 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 Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such interesting ideas. I have a small question. I won't take much time. So you have talked about interdisciplinary studies. So and the challenges of interdisciplinary studies. It emerges at the intersection of two different disciplines. So as we are also pursuing like interdisciplinary studies in IITs, and as literature students, we have expertise on literature. But when we are incorporating another discipline, we don't have that much expertise on that separate discipline. So how can we do justice to like by pursuing an interdisciplinary studies? So what are like how can we solve the challenges?
See, that is why, all these paradigm I talked about, like ecofeminism, equator feminism, or feminine writing. These are coming, with a whole some subject. Ecofeminism, now environment plus feminism. Then you need to understand. I'm giving you an example. You need to understand some of the environmental aspect related to feminism. Feminism, because that is your idea, that is your area. We read gender study, feminism, women studies. Now, what are the characteristics of environmentalism that is very close to feminism, like binary opposition, like good, bad, some certain words, also male, female, barren. Barren is a word, infertile land. So you have to find out such things. And then you have to make your perspective on that particular aspect. It is not something that you have taken the feminism and then you are taking the environment. There are certain novels, there are certain writings where certain issues coming up together, right? And of course, when your inclination is towards environmentalism, ecological aspect and feminism, you will try to amalgamate. Now, what particular aspect? Because research you have to do in a very limited time span. It is not something that 10 years are there and you keep on writing, being poetic. No, in a very scientific. So you decide. That is why epistemology, ontology, and methodology, these three are very important. If you have the knowledge of feminism, you should have knowledge of environment or environmental issues related to, the feministic studies. Similarly, digital humanities, I told you, Amitabh Ghosh's novel, you know, places are there. Now, you can, geography is very much there in Amitabh Ghosh's novel. So you can apply digital humanities, having the mapping of the area, text encoding, decoding. So it is true that you have to idea of other area also, but not in a, in a manner as you have the native area or your parental area where you are going to connect to it. You are getting my point. Where you are going to connect. Why ecofeminism? Why ecofeminism? Why ecofeminism? Because suffering is there. Now, Sarah Joseph has written a number of novels, and the women's suffering she has described. Similarly, forest, the greenery, the environment has been subjugated, marginalized, devastated as women. So you have to create the perception. And then these two areas, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, while I was listening to your talk, I was thinking of Noam Chomsky's contention regarding postmodern thinkers development of ideas, how they have become the powerhouse, and the conferences are being organized. So they are inventing some ideas in search of new ideas. They are creating some crazy ideas. Noam Chomsky is alleging that. So and the when we are listening to the postmodern thinkers, we don't have the ideas on we could not comprehend the postmodern thinking properly. So it's always half baked ideas we are receiving. So how do you respond to that?
You know, Noam Chomsky, a great linguist, he also say the surface meaning and the hidden meaning. You know, what is there inside it? So without knowledge, you cannot pursue any uh, interdisciplinary subject. As I was giving you example, some knowledge is there, some idea is there. It cannot be half baked. Neither it cannot be the expertise, because every research is an open research. After you, someone will take it. You must have left some gap that will be taken by other. So it is not hard bucket, right? Noam Chomsky said that some hidden knowledge is there, and the surface knowledge is there that is based on that. That he also said. Now, postmodern thinking. What is postmodernism? Postmodernism is that, you know, some traditional thing against that. You know, something is there, a monument is there. No, we're not going to accept that monument. Beyond that monument, and this postmodernism, you know, came from the architecture background. So something new always. And naturally, when something new, something non traditional, untraditional, naturally it will take time to write. You have started, other will move on, other will take it on and on and on. That is intertextuality. That is the openness of the research. No research can be a closed research कि इसके बाद अब कोई research ही इस topic पे नहीं कर सकता है. That is not a good research. You need to give various dimensions. Getting my point?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for pointing to for answering each and every question. And I sincerely thank Professor Salila, ma'am, for chairing this session. And I thank our keynote speakers, Professor Srijata, ma'am, and Professor Smita, ma'am, for sharing such interesting ideas with us. So we are very honored by it. This session comes to an end. This session is the last session of our 2 days conference. So tomorrow we have the one keynote session from 10 a.m. and several parallel sessions will be going on. And we have a valedictory session at 3:30 p.m. So all the participants are requested to join the conference tomorrow. So that's all from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the participants. My best wishes to everyone. Be a good researcher, never get frustrated, be positive, and you can access to me anytime. I can help you whatever knowledge I have. So goodbye, good luck.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you all the participants for joining us. Please join us tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So we can call it a day.
Yeah, we can. So thank you everyone for joining with us. We'll be having our sessions tomorrow. So request all of you to again join at 10 o'clock in the morning. We have a speaker, Dr. Arjuman Ara from EFLU. And so we'll be talking about the crisis in the pedagogy of English literature in the post-colonial condition, which will be followed by our 30 plus parallel sessions, which will be simultaneously going on. So I request whoever is presenting, please be there on time, and which will be followed by a valedictory session at 3:30 p.m. So this is it. So thank you very much everyone who joined today. Thank you so much our Honorable VC sir who joined in the inaugural session, and all the speakers as well as all the hosts and people who are in the conference committee. On behalf of them, on behalf of us, we thank each other in that sense. So let's call it a day. Thank you. Thank you, Momita, for this. Yeah. Tanmasha, do you have anything to in particular to say, or we can?
Yeah.